Hello, 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 everyone. Good evening. How's everyone doing this evening? Tango says, hey, PG. Hey, Tango, how are you tonight, sweetie? Bless Lulu says, hello, Summer Strong. Absolutely. Absolutely. Poor babies. Yeah. Yeah. That is disheartening as hell, right? It's disheartening seeing all these I don't know how many children's came up missing since summer, but it's been a lot. It's been a lot and overwhelming. It's overwhelming. What's overwhelming is the fact that um like what I think one one was found out of all these babies coming up missing so far. I think one did wander off. Um I believe it was in Kentucky. They found him. Thank God they found him. But other than that, I can't remember any that's been found. Alive, I mean, alive. I know there's been, another one found out of Kentucky as well. And but they found her dead, right? So, you know, but how did they find that? You know, we the people, we the people stumbled upon it, right? One of us. And law enforcement still didn't even find that. I'm starting to wonder, you know, you got to wonder what is the law really doing for we the people? What crimes are they really solving? I used to think that, they were doing a lot of things just to not have to do their job, but now I'm pretty convinced, you know, that they're just not doing it, period. Even with evidence, they're not doing it. So, what do we got going on here? And how do we change things, right? How do we get the law to start caring? You got to care in order to find a child. You got to care, you got to get care. Caring motivates. Motivation gets shit done, right? And I also think that also we have to blame our makers of the law, right? We have to there's too many there's too many clauses in too many rules is what I'm saying. Too many rules in the game of being able to prosecute and do things, and most of those rules are tying our the justice system's hands and bringing justice to and for we the people. Now, they've almost got it. What I'm saying is the law is pretty much protecting the criminals instead of the victims now. Oh, you got to have this and you got to have that and you got to have, and it's actually just turning the law off from doing their job. And I can see that. I can see that. And I have seen it. I've seen so many, you know, officers frustrated and just shaking their head and walking away, and they have no incentive. They have no incentive to catch these criminals or to really push the law upon these criminals, because once they get into the court system, they, they get roadblocked in 50 different ways, and that criminal just ends up walking out anyway, right? To do something else, and they to be caught again, and they walk out again and caught again. I mean, there's no incentive for, our law to really do their job, right? No incentive. I mean, it's not like the court system's going to take them in there and really, bring the hammer down on the desk and say, hey, you're going to learn a lesson out of all what you've been doing. No. Where the police officers can say, hey, you know what? That person's where they needed to be. I put them there, and they ain't going to be hurting nobody else. They don't get to say that no more. What they get to say is, I caught them. I had them in that courtroom, and they let them go. And that's why, and here we are again. Here we are again. And they're probably going to let them go again. Why am I wasting my time chasing these people down, doing all these things I'm doing to see this, right? To stand here and view this shit. Prayer Garden, what did we have for dinner? Tell you what, girl, I had fried chicken, potatoes, and macaroni salad, homemade macaroni salad. And then I whipped up some funnel cakes, deep fried them. You could put whatever you want on funnel cakes. You can put, white sugar, powdered sugar. You can put granite sugar, regular sugar. You can put brown sugar. You can put cinnamon and sugar on them. They're really good. Or you can just, if you want, you can put a little sugar on them and strawberries. Cut up some strawberries and whipped cream. Yeah, they are really super good. I love funnel cakes. I make my own. So that's what I did this evening. Yeah. Grandma's something else, right? Grandma is definitely something else. I got to wonder if Grandma hasn't beat down the mom yet. That's the truth. That's the truth. I don't know. Probably. I wouldn't doubt it. That's for sure. Um, some of PG's brownies. Yeah. What you doing, Ronald? Giving all my brownies away. I want to eat dinner at PG's house. Hey, girl, there's always room at my table for one more. Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't turn nobody away from the dinner table, that's for sure. Breakfast table or lunch. I used to watch my grandmother. She was the same way. She didn't she turned nobody away from the dinner table for sure, right? And I used to watch her. I've seen, and not just my grandmother, I've seen a lot of good country folk. It didn't look like they had enough to feed their own family, but when it got on the table, it fit a whole lot of people. I couldn't believe how far what little I thought I was seeing stretched, right? I couldn't believe it. And a lot of times they leftovers, so go figure. You know, that's God's hand in that uh happening right there, right? You know exactly whose hands in all of that. He will provide. Oh, I forgot to see who was first in here tonight. Tango. Tango was first. Hey, PG. Bless Lulu second. Hey, yeah, Summer Strong. Absolutely. And Let me see. Tangle was in. She actually got third, fourth. But Jackie was third. She says, "Hello, everybody. Much love to you, girl. Much love to you. Good evening to everybody." Always L8 says, "Hey there, PG mods and chat. Much love. Hope everyone is having a blessed day." Girl, we hope you having a blessed day too. Absolutely. Absolutely. That I believe that definitely sure. They're failing at their jobs and they want society to be okay with it. Yeah. Yeah. I think law enforcement's as disheartened as everybody else, right? Um everybody people just don't have the thirst for life as they once did. Nobody has the you know, a thirst for life. It used to be people, you know, people used to get up in the morning and, you know, they used to get up in the morning, throw the curtains back, let the sunlight in and, open the doors and say hi to the neighbors and, they got their, evening paper and, you know, they got their big old newspapers and sat back and women were clipping coupons and neighbors were visiting with each other and they had something to get up and live for, right? They had something to get up and go for. They got up and go, they got up to go because they has just knew so many people and everybody saying hi to everybody and beautifulness. And now people don't have, what do they got? Open your door up, take a look. It looks like, it looks like Sunday morning come around, right? Um, the streets are, I mean, looks like a ghost town. Everywhere looks like a ghost town. Go in any neighborhood you please, and it mostly looks like a ghost town. I mean, unless the kids are out, like, um, say for instance, my community, there's a few kids running all over the place. Not all the time. During the summertime, you'll see a few kids running around. Usually, and they're pretty stabilized in one area. Usually at the house that has the basketball court, right? Has a lot of kids um and so forth, Um that used to be out front of my home until the basketball court got taken away. And but and that's because, it kept getting knocked over, it possibly hurt someone. Um but the point being is usually, they're all hanging, you know, right at this one particular place and, you know, and then they pretty much go home around dinner time and you might see them for a little while after dinner, but what I'm saying is by 7, 8 o'clock, even in the summer, the kids are all gone home and it looks like ghost town again. And even like right now, the kids are all back to school and everything. So you only have, you only see them once in a while, usually weekends or like this, this weekend. Today was Columbus Day, right? And so you see a few extra kids around or whatever, but um, most of the time it's it's ghost town. It'll be like that from now till summer hits again, right? And just nobody really talks to nobody anymore. Everybody's out here on this is this right here, sitting behind these computers, listening to someone. is everyone's communication anymore. Facebook, TikTok, YouTube. This is, this is how everyone lives now. And because they feel safe doing it, right? Because they feel safe opening your doors up and intermixing with everybody scares people. I mean, it used to be people weren't afraid of a damn thing. They figured they just as crazy as anybody else. I mean, at least that's how I feel. You know, um, I'm not afraid to talk to people, go up to people. I, maybe I'm one of the last left on the face of the earth. I don't know, but um, everyone used to, be like that, and nobody's like that anymore. I don't know why. I have no idea. Um, we don't understand nothing anymore. Absolutely, just Quinton, 20-month-old, last seen in the 500 block of Buckholster Road, Savannah, Georgia, and wearing a light blue Sesame Street top and a black pants. Yes, absolutely. And yeah, they're asking you to call 911. I don't understand why they don't have where you can call, um, other places as well. I did hear where you could call a tip line, but they're just they're just suspecting if you got any information, call 911. Um, hello, Robin. How are you tonight? Good to see you, girl. Well, this stepdad's got good reason to distance himself from the mom. Um, right now, he's got very good reason. He's and the grandmother. Once I show you guys, a video clip tonight, you'll be like, "Whoa!" It's the um the grandpa, the grandma's old man. I you know I mean, I don't think that grandmother. I don't think the daughter or the grandmother is mentally stable. If you ask me, I'm just gonna put it out there the way I see it. I don't think either one of them is mentally stable at all. Absolutely not. Um, I just don't. But yeah, hello, Wisconsin mama. You got busted. You got busted coming in, didn't you, girl? They was right on it. Cracks me up. She late again. She she was diving headfirst into those brownies. I know it. Anyway, yeah, he may have to move out of his own house, right? He's going through a lot. He's going through absolutely a lot. Absolutely, I'm always LA. Absolutely, my heart hurts for those babies. It's a damn shame. It's a, it is a shame. I believe the babysitter is telling all the things, even stuff she shouldn't have said. She is saying. I believe her 100. I do too. I do too. Just absolutely, absolutely. I 100% believe the babysitter. And this babysitter has gotten, you know, the poor babysitter has gotten the rough end, the rough end of everything, right? Absolutely. I mean, she even got attacked in her own home. Um, Yeah, yeah, she absolutely did, and, you know, that's a shame, ain't it? It's really a shame that she got attacked like that. That's awful. Absolutely awful. I don't understand it, but you have to wonder about it for sure. I believe mama has something to do with it for sure. I agree. I agree. I agree upon that. Yeah, they sure was, Ronald. The babysitter and the grandmother was about to get in a fight at the babysitter's house. That is a pay-per-view I would pay for. Amen. Absolutely. Oh, shit. Yes, I will give you a short rundown of this case. We have a 20-month-old, um, beautiful little boy. He is Hawaiian. Um, his name is Quinton Simons. He is adorable. He is absolutely adorable. A beautiful, adorable little boy. And and on the 5th of this month, he came up missing. At the mother, the babysitter was supposed to watch him on the 5th of this month, and she got a phone call at she got a phone call at 5:20 5:29, to my understandings. At 5:29, she got a phone call stating that she would not be needed that day to watch the children. She said it was the boyfriend that called her, and told her that she was not going to be needed. Then at 9 at 9:30, she or 9 o'clock, she got another phone call saying, "Have you seen Quentin?" She said, "No." They said he has been missing. She said, "What's going on?" They told her he had been missing. At that point, she went to the house. She asked if they would like for her, because sometimes he hides in the closet, sometimes he hides under cabinets and plays hide and go seek at her house. She thought maybe he was hiding somewhere in their house and she could help look and find him. They said, "We do not need your assistance. You can go home. Um, we got this under control." At that time, it was about 9:35, 9 it was after 9:30. She went to her car to call Billy Joe, which is the grandmother. She calls Billy Joe. Billy Joe now just gets the information that the grandson is missing. The babysitter hangs up with from Billy Joe and asks this um, Lonnie, whatever the girl's name is, the mother. I'm not so sure how to pronounce her name, but Leilani, I think her name is Leilani. But anyway, she asked this Leilani, "Have you called the police?" And Leilani says, "No." Well, call the police. They do. And the babysitter is getting ready to leave when the police pull up behind her, and they said nothing is going to leave this premises. Everything's got to stay on it. So you got to walk home and come back and get your vehicle if you're leaving. So the babysitter hung around, I guess, for a little while at that point, and the police took over the situation looking for the child. The mother said that that her boyfriend saw the little boy at 6 o'clock that morning, and then she got up at 9:30. He was gone. The door was open, and she believes someone came in and stole him. Now, there's 3 children in the house. There is a 2-year-old brother that is in the house, almost 3, and there is a brand new baby in the house, and then there is Quinton, who is 1. Quinton is 1, going on 2. He's 20 months old. The 2-year-old is going on 3, and the little baby is brand new. But they come in the house. They don't take no money. They don't take no collectibles. They don't ransack the house in any way, form, or how. Quentin doesn't scream. He doesn't cry. The brother isn't awakened, or no one else in the house. Nothing else is missing except Quentin, right? Um, don't sound right to me. You know, it don't sound right to me, but this is what the mother is stating, right? And instead of calling the police, the door's open. Here's my thing. She gets up, the door is open, and Quentin is gone, and she feels someone had came in and took him, but she don't call 911. She also told the police that the dad came and got the little boy as well, the real dad, which that was a lie. So she was caught lying to the police about the dad coming to pick him up, right? Because they checked and he wasn't with the dad. Um, she says that the door's open and her baby's gone, but she don't call 911 and not touch anything. So when they get there, they could see exactly the way it is when she got up, right? Um, so and get fingerprints and everything. Um, I don't know. Nothing else in the house is touched. I mean, I think if someone's going to come in and take a child out of the home, they're probably going to ransack or take something else as well, right? But they take nothing but a child. Um, it's and just happens to be the 1-year-old, not the newborn, not the older boy, but Quentin. Um, it don't make sense to me, no. And the day before, the babysitter stated that Quentin, she watched Quentin the day before, and he had a belt mark across his arm and across the side of his face and neck, and that she had called Billy Joe and consulted Billy Joe on the matter. And Billy Joe, because her and Leilani was fighting over her keeping the children the way Billy Joe wanted her to until they got back. But um, Billy Joe decided to say, well, give Leilani the kids. I lost my kids. I was, um, a piece of garbage at one time or another. And, I got to give Leilani a chance to quit being a piece of garbage and, do the right thing as well. And, well, you know, I think if you're going to give your child an opportunity to show you that they are a better person, then you might should be there to fucking see it, right? You might should be there to see it. Grandma, you weren't there to see it. So therefore, you should have left the children with the babysitter and told Leilani that, if she was able to watch the children, she would have them in her custody instead of you. And if she wants an opportunity to show you differently, then she can do that when you got home, right? She can start showing you the mother she needs to be, but not right now because you're not there to see it. and therefore the babysitter will be keeping the children, right? So, when you don't handle your shit the right way, this is what comes down in the end, right? This is what happens. And that's pretty much where we're at right now is, grandma can blame herself for what happened. She can blame herself because she did not, she went and blamed the babysitter. But this woman don't know how to take blame for herself. And she wanted to blame her husband. She wanted to blame her husband. Matter of fact, I can just show you right where she did that because PG comes prepared for everything, right? So let's take a look at grandma. Let's take a look at grandma because I know a lot of people's like, hey, I really ain't blaming grandma. Grandma seems like a nice lady, and no, grandma made a big fucking mistake, and she needs to own up to it, right? Right? Yeah, I don't care how many bites you write on the back of, how badass you fucking think you are, or mean or cruel or whatever. That don't sit right with me when you make stupid mistakes in your judgment, especially with a child and one that's missing now and nobody knows where it is, right? I don't have no respect for you. I'm sorry. It just is what it is. She was that child's. Once the custody went into her hands instead of her daughter's, she became that child's angel. And when you become a child's angel, you are to watch over it and do everything that's best for it, not the motherfucker that lost it, right? She owed her daughter nothing. She knew what her daughter was, even more so what that boyfriend could possibly be, and still did not protect them children. And then wanted to blame everybody but her damn self for that old big fuck up, right? When the babysitter even called her and let her know about the marks on those children. And she still chose to make the wrong decision in letting her daughter take them back home, right? Am I calling this wrong or not? I mean, this is my opinion. This is my opinion. It's how I see it. Other people may see that, see it differently. But, I think I'm pretty much on the fucking money right there. I really do. And I don't care. People need to learn. People need to learn how to be for the people they need to be for and quit trying to be for the motherfuckers that don't deserve you to be for them. Right? I mean, I've made the same mistakes in the past. I've made the same mistakes in the past, but I learned from it, It's called hard knock life. I learned from it. But this woman, how many times does someone have to do shit to her for her to get it through her damn head that she owes that piece of shit nothing? I mean, when the girl came in, took over her home and acting like she owned it instead of her mother, that was strike one, right? When her and her boyfriend's laying around, not even trying to get a fucking job and do anything to take care of themselves, that's strike two, right? When she couldn't straighten that ass up on her days off and take care of the kids, but run and hide instead and let them be at the babysitters, that's strike three, right? Well, at that point, you're the fuck out. You're out. There's don't even step back up to the base again, right? You're worthless. There you go. And she had no business having them kids at any time because she showed that she didn't want them at no time. That's what she showed. But let's see this grandma, because I don't think the grandma's any better than the mom, to be honest with you, because she don't know how to take self-blame. She needs to sit that ass down and blamed the person that had custody of the boys, and that was herself, right? It's nobody else's job to take care of your family but yours. So don't pass the fucking buck when shit goes downhill like a snowball in hell, right? There you go. But we're going to look at you, Grandma. Do you see in the background where she's actually bringing something down? This lady's insane, man. I don't think she should have children either, to be perfectly honest with you. And you want to know, I asked you to stay here and guard the house. You are half the reason my kids are gone. No, Grandma, he's not half the reason your kids are gone. It's not his job to stay there and guard that house because they weren't even supposed to be in that house. When Child Protective Services puts children into your custody because the parent ain't fit to be around the child or raise the child, then you had no business leaving. For one, you had no business bringing them in that house around the children, right? But you did. And two, you had no business leaving the children with them unattended at any time once you brought them into that house. So you have no one to blame but you. That's where it's at, right? That's the grandmother. That is the grandmother on here telling the stepdad, the man that she's with, who owns that home, that it is his. She's blaming him. She went and attacked the babysitter and blamed the babysitter. Actually tried to accuse the babysitter of some really weird shit. One, saying she was the mother of those children, which the babysitter didn't do. Two, she tried to say that the babysitter, because the babysitter asked for a prayer, everybody to say prayers for the baby, that she was trying to hold some kind of, some kind of visual for the child, which she wasn't, which I don't see anything wrong with holding prayer visuals at all, or calling up a prayer line. What is wrong with this grandmother? Does this woman don't believe in God? Does she have a problem with people praying? Because I heard the grandfather say we need prayer. Please pray, pray, pray for us. But this grandmother, has got some kind of mental condition when it comes to, people saying prayers for this little boy and or getting up a prayer circle or something, for this child. She has issues with it, And what the hell is that about? What the hell is, what I'm saying is this grandmother seems very mentally unstable, if you ask me. She gets it in her head. She doesn't think rational. She doesn't rationalize her fucking thinking. Right? And that was the grandmother, KU, hollering at her better half, which is Grandpa, the stepdad of Leilani. I mean, this man has stuck by this mother through this whole thing. He has been blatantly honest about Leilani and her boyfriend and the problems that they have, were and have became within that household. The babysitter has been, bluntly honest about all of them people over there, right? Even the grandmother, she didn't want to be, but after she got attacked, she had no choice but to be honest about, these people. And if you ask me, it sounds like none of them should have had any children, to be honest. I mean, this is a mother that has a this is a grandmother that has an older son in prison for life, right? He went to prison at 17 for life, theft and murder. She has Leilani, which is, we already know what Leilani is, right? A full blown drug addict. She steals anything she can get her hands on. She's like fucking bipolar from what I'm seeing. This girl, doesn't have any, you know, respect, love, kindness, or caring for anyone. I hear she was fighting her other men out in the middle of the street, leaving her older baby with some guy. She was dating this guy's brother and leaving the baby with the brother for hours at a time with no diapers, no butt wipes, no anything. I mean, she was just worthless right from day one. And mom ends up with all the kids, and then even the mother can't protect the children because she's too busy, you know, um, too busy letting the very trash that ain't supposed to be around the children move into the house, right? Move right in. That's what I'm talking about. So yes, and I will exactly, Molly, I will play it again. Let's play it again because she is, and if you look right up over the top of the fence as it's playing, especially at the end, because I enhanced it so you can see, you will watch something go up in the air and be slammed down onto either the stepdad, or I don't know what she's slamming it down on. It could be him. I don't know. But she's bringing it down hard, right? And this is the grandmother acting out. And should children be around that? I don't think so. Did you see her swinging something in the background and bringing it down? Did you guys see that? Could you see in the background something go up in the air? You'll hear the poof. She's swinging something up in the air and bringing it down. I don't know if she's bringing it down on a table or bringing it down on the old dude's head. We don't know, right? We don't know because we can't see what she's bringing it down on. You have to look up over that fence, up over the fence there, back where the white garage is. It's out towards the to your right. If you're looking at the video screen, you got to look to your right. You'll see where there's a hole going into the garage. Well, that's not where they're swinging something. They're swinging something. If you see that little makeshift thing next to the garage, there's another, like a hole, a makeshift thing that they're standing at, like a little, I don't know, a little, a little shelter house there next to the garage. But if you look in through the hole of the little shelter house next to this garage, you will see where she swings something up in the air and brings it down. You can even hear it go boom as she swings it down. I'll play it again. Maybe you can see it. Do you see something white go up in the air? Like there's something in her hand that comes up in the air and goes down and hits. Is anyone else able to see that? Yeah, she's bringing something up in the air and bringing it down. Like she says, "Leave me alone," and whatever it is flies up in the air and comes down and goes, makes a noise, right? Whatever it is. Yeah, you can actually see it in the background. And I got to wonder. There it is. Yeah, she's swinging it. Yeah, it's in the background. I don't know what the hell that is. I don't know what it is, but she's definitely bringing it down heavy, right? And I certainly hope it's not upon this man. No, that's not the mother. That is the grandmother. That is the grandmother screaming. She said the she told her husband, if they're married, I don't know, but she told the man that owns this home, the man she's with. She told him, "I asked you to stay here and guard the house. You are half the reason my kids are gone." That's what she told him. "You are half the reason my kids are gone." No, the reason your kids are gone, and they're not your kids, by the way, they're your grandkids. They're your grandchildren. They are not your children. They're your daughter's children, not yours. And like I said, when she went to the babysitter's house, when people like that speak, they're speaking more about them than they ever will be speaking about you. Uneducated people, people that are not well educated, when you hear them talk, they usually are telling you a lot more about themselves than they'll ever be telling you about you or anyone else they're talking about, right? Especially when they're trying to tell you the way they think someone else thinks. Um, it's not the way someone else thinks, it's pretty much the way they think. So, that's what I've learned in life. And she was telling the babysitter that the babysitter saying she was the mother of those children, right? Well, if you just heard her, she's trying to say my kids. No, and it ain't the babysitter saying they were her kids. It's this woman thinking they're her kids. And she was accusing the babysitter of really the way she is, right? She's trying to act like her grandkids are her children. No, ma'am, they are not your children. They are your daughter's children. And that's who those kids belong to. But because your daughter is unfit and unable and has showed it more than once that she cannot take care of these children, you were put in charge of them. They were given to you by choice of your daughter or by choice of Child Protective Services. I don't know, but they were put into your custody. You had custody of these children and you failed them. You failed them in every way you could possibly fail them. You failed these children. You had them at a babysitter's that would have took good care of them, and they would have still been there when you got home for a very damn cheap price. $30 a day. A very cheap price, right? Can you really put a price on another human's life that you love? Can you really put, I mean, what is that life worth? What is that life worth? Everything, right? Everything. It's worth everything. Absolutely. It's worth just as much as your own life's worth, right? If you really loved them. Maybe more so in the eyes of some of us, right? Especially when it comes to our children. More so. But, you know, $30 a day. And he would have been there when she got home, happy, fed, well, taken care of. But he wasn't there. And it wasn't when she came home. It's when she had to come home, right? Because he was gone. No one failed these children, ma'am, but you. Not your husband. It's not his job. It's not his job to look over these children. They weren't put in his custody, they were put in yours. And you failed them. Now you can blame everybody and anybody you want to. But at the end of the fucking day, you know the truth. So you need to sit that ass down and you need to sulk and let that soak in, right? That's what I'm talking about. That is exactly what I'm talking about. Amen, Deputy. That is exactly right. Absolutely. They are not kids. Maybe her daughter has drug problems because of her mother. That grandma is not fit. No, she's not. I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you that this grandmother is just as mentally unstable as her child. Absolutely. Absolutely. And she showed us that right here in this clip, swinging something. Her daughter attacks and is violent. Of course, who is she seeing? Who she take it after? That's what I tell people all the time. Please be the person that you want your children to be. Please be the person you want them to be. If you want them to be kind, caring, loving, be kind, caring, and loving. If you want them to be nice, laid back, easygoing, be that laid back, easygoing person. If you want them to be happy and funny and full of life, be happy, funny, and full of life. Because children look up to you. You are their mentors. They want to be just like the people they love. And if you're an ugly person, they're going to be an ugly person because they think that's cool. If you're a super good person, kind person, caring person, they want to be that person as well, right? They want to be whatever you are. So please be the person you want them to be. And I know we all want our children and grandchildren to be wonderful, right? We want them to be everything we're not, and we want them to be, we want them to have everything we didn't. And we want them to be way smarter than we ever was, right? So the least we could do is instill all the things that we want so much more for them, and then pray that they achieve a whole lot more as well, on top of what we was able to give them, right? And teach them and learn them. There you go. Make your kids, make your children and your grandchildren and your great grandchildren, if you're that lucky, make them what you want the world out there to be. Because they're going to be the ones in that world that you're depending on later in life, right? And I'm sure you don't want to be dependent on shit like this right here, right? You don't want to be dependent on some mad woman, crazy lady, slamming shit around, screaming, can't take no self-blame. This already screwed her life up to the fullest, and has a daughter that's no better. Well, how else was the child supposed to turn out? What kind of role model did she have to turn out any damn better, right? And this lady, when a child's missing, instead of, calming down and saying, it is what it is. Now we got to go from here, find it, pray for it, do all we can to bring it home, she's flipping out and acting stupid. How is that going to help the situation? How is that going to help the situation any? It's not. She's just adding salt to the wound, right? I mean, I think that you know, I would have handled that a whole different way. I would have, one, been trying to hold myself together, right? Because that would have been a super hard blow and a lot to fucking deal with, that having a child gone in the first place. Second, I would have sat down and held my daughter in my arms and let her know she could tell me anything and everything, that I'm there to listen, and just tell me the truth, and we need to go from there. No blaming nobody, no hatefulness or ugliness. Even if I have my suspicions upon what happened, I still am going to handle it all in a godly fashion, right? In a godly fashion, because I don't know. I don't know. And until I do know, until I absolutely do know, I'm not going to draw judgment like that upon nobody, right? That's a serious accusation to put on someone, especially her daughter, that's saying the door was open, the baby's gone. So, but this woman isn't being, rational with her daughter. She's not being rational with her husband. She's not being rational with the babysitter. She's not being rational with anyone. She's just blowing out, everything to keep the focus off herself, which she knows is the real reason the child's gone, because she shouldn't have had that trash there around it. Right? There you go. And, but in a situation like that, once you're in it to win it, right? And you ain't going to win shit by acting out the way this lady's acting out. It's just insane. It's absolutely insane. My son lived in Savannah, Georgia for about 7 years. He moved to Illinois about a year and a half ago. I wish he would have stayed in Georgia. We got good flights to visit, and it was so much nicer there. Aw, well, um, yeah, Georgia is a beautiful place. It is. It's very beautiful in Georgia. I think Tennessee's more beautiful, but Georgia's not bad at all. It really ain't. And I have to agree with you, between Georgia and Illinois. I think I would take Georgia too. Colleen, I appreciate that super sticker. God bless. Amen. I so appreciate you supporting this channel, and I know Summer would as well. God bless, and thank you for me and Summer. I know if she was here, she would. Thank you, someone. Thank you for her. God bless. She knows she knows she's in trouble because she allowed the children to stay with the mother. There is a reason custody is taken away from. Yeah, absolutely. Always LA. Absolutely. Yeah. Yes. 100%. I agree with you. 100%. Absolutely. Um, it was taken away, and she knew that her daughter was not fit to be around those children or to watch those children, and you know, it the mother knew that her daughter was unfit when she had the first child. When she had the first little boy, she knew that her daughter was unfit to take care of the first child. It was spending 3 or 4 weeks at a time with the grandmother or elsewhere all the time because the mother didn't want to take care of him. And, then she had little Quinton, and she wasn't no better. I mean, I got to give the girl props. I got to give the mother props that she was having her babies, right? She was having them, but she wasn't taking care of them. And like I said, I don't know if Child Protective Services removed them from her and give them to the mother, or if she just voluntarily did the right things for her children and gave them to the mom because she couldn't, she wasn't ready to be a mom. I don't know how that went. But, point being is, no matter how it went, the grandmother knew that her daughter wasn't safe or wasn't, able or ready to take care of those children. She knew. And like I said, if you're going to give someone a chance to prove to you anything, right? If you're going to give someone a chance to prove anything to you, they've got to do that in front of your face. You can't be gone. You can't be gone in order for them to prove something to you. What are they proving to you when you ain't able to watch them? That they were able to do something and clean it up before you got back? Really? Are you fucking kidding me? I mean, what I'm saying is, when people prove something to you, you got to be there to get it proved to you, right? You got to, especially something as important as this. As important as this, you absolutely got to be there. Oh, always L8. I so appreciate that. Absolutely. Super chat. She says, I love your heart, PG. Much love. Oh, girl. I love all of you guys too. Absolutely love you guys. And I love your all's hearts. I mean, your heart's just big as PG's, or you wouldn't be here all the time, right? We all love these children. We all love these children so much. And it's sad. It's sad what we're being put through on a daily anymore, right? It's like we go to bed, get up, and another child's missing. And the police. I mean, we listen to what's being said and we say bullshit, right? And the police are like, "Oh, my hands are tied. We can't do nothing. I'm sorry." What? I mean, we the people can see how guilty these mother freakers are and how they needed to be interrogated to hell and back and put through the ringer, right? And shook out on the other side. And nothing's being done. And it's heartbreaking, right? Absolutely heartbreaking that, we follow these cases for what, 16 months down the road? Like summer's about to come up here, 16 months still missing. Law enforcement seems to be sitting on their thumb, right? Hoping maybe pull out a plum? I fucking don't know. But I think it's bullshit. I think they could have done something early on and had Summer's case solved, if you ask me. But it's not solved. It's absolutely not solved. And little Quinton, 5 days down the road, we know that the first 24 to 48 hours is the most crucial, right? Most crucial time. And after 72 hours, you're pretty much fucked. He's 5 days down the road. 5 days. And, like Candace Oh, 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I put her in the house and she's just gone. Just gone. Turn around. Turn around. Get the handcuffs on your ass. We're taking you downtown. What are you doing? Why am I being... Because anybody tell a fucking dumbass lie like that and expect me to believe it, insult me, thinking I'm going to believe it, fucking needs this to happen to him. Turn the hell around. Let's go downtown, right? Right now, not later, now. If you thought somebody's going to believe that bullshit fucking story, you had to be out of your damn mind now. Do you want to tell us what really fucking happened? Or do you just want to sit in that chair for the next 24 hours? We don't care if you call a lawyer or not. You ain't going nowhere, right? Nowhere. Let's go over your whole damn day again, and let's go over it again, and let's go over it again, and let's go over it again. We're going to just keep going over it. Don't tell me about your 2 minutes. I don't want to hear that damn lie again. All you're going to do is just piss me off, and we're going to be here a lot longer, right? Not that you ain't already have. That's what got the handcuffs on your ass in the first place. But, they didn't do that, did they? They didn't do that. They knew it was bullshit, and they ate it with the spoon. And that's what I don't like about our law enforcement. I don't. Absolutely not. Ronald Wilson, I know they got a protocol. I know they got a protocol that must be followed. You ain't telling me nothing I don't know. But I also tell you something about their protocol. Protocol is that when you got a missing child like that, you split these mother effers up and you get them down to the police station ASAP, and you get everything you can out of them immediately because it's fresh, right? It's fresh. You don't give them 24 hours, 48 hours, 72 hours. You give them right fucking now. We're out of here. We go down and talk about this, right? Well, it's still fresh in your mind because we don't want you to forget anything. And we're going to go over it and over it and over it until we get it right. And you tell them why they're telling you a lie. You expect me to believe that. Really? You do? No, I'm not going to believe that. Why don't we try again? And that's how you get them to change up their story and change up their story, right? And that's how you know they're telling fucking nothing but lies. And more than likely, you'll get the truth out of them at some point. They'll just break. But unless you take them in there while everything's still fresh in their brain and break them, you ain't going to get shit anyway, right? You don't, and this, when it comes to the law, you don't leave a sleeping dog lie. You kick that mother freaking dog up, right? Get it going. It's time to start running. Because you got a baby to find. You got the truth to find. You got shit to take care of. Ain't no time for that dog to be sleeping. And that is the law's protocol. And they should be doing it right, but they're doing it all wrong now. Yes, someone did pay the electric bill up on Ben Hill. Actually, Grandis paid it up before she left. And no, Candace is not living there. Absolutely not. Candace is back in Tennessee. She might go there. I wouldn't doubt if she doesn't go there. she might go there, you know, off and on, but she's not. No, she's not living back up there. She might be here in about. She may be back up there living in a couple weeks. Um, Waiting on Donald to come out. I wouldn't doubt that, but no, Candace is not going to stay on that hill alone. Absolutely not. She's not going to do that. No way. I mean, I'm not doubting, maybe if somebody's staying with her, she might go stay a night or two. But no, absolutely not. But Grandis is the one that paid up that electric bill. Absolutely, Rosa. God knows what she and Candace, or she and Grandis did to Summer. Um, they never planted flowers. I wondered about the flower thing as well. Um, I absolutely, have my doubts on the flower thing due to the fact that Candace, they was at the swimming hole and Candace filmed it all, right? I think if they'd been planting flowers, we would have seen video of it. Yeah, I agree with you, Rosa. That often bothered me the way Candace filmed everything, and she didn't seem to film that. Nah, bullshit. I call bullshit on that too. I call bullshit on that too. But you know who could have been planting flowers? Now this is something we haven't really thought about, right? But Jody Sue, it might not have even been Brandis's flowers. It may have been helping Jody Sue when something went down, right? They might have been right over there at Jody Sue's because Jody Sue said she was down at the bottom, um, pulling weeds and messing with her flowers that day, right? She said, "Oh, I know that they were supposed to be doing flowers, and I was doing flower." But Jody Sue may really that might have been where the flower shit came in at, right? That might have been where it came in at when something happened. I don't know. I do suspect that this isn't just a Candace and Grandis thing. I think this is more people involved in this than Candace and Grandis. Um, so I don't know. Um, I have no idea. Hey, UFC Frog, how you doing? How you doing tonight? I I checked up on that Kylie case and done some research on those lights, the lights heading out from the camera, heading out to the water, and I'm going to be bringing that out pretty soon because what it seems like to me is either one or two things happened. One, um, some reason law enforcement wasn't wanting that car found, if indeed it was in there before AWP found it. Or two, they changed the date on when it actually went in that water, right? They changed the date on that camera. So there's something in that case, there's something just ain't right. Absolutely, absolutely is not right about that case whatsoever. And when it comes to that case, we all know that that case needs to look like an accident, right? I mean, the pool that these people have in that little clique of a town they got. Everybody knows everybody. Everybody calls you friend. Yeah. And so absolutely. It's something they need that, the mother, the mom really needs this to be an accident. And he says, had a rough day, but on the better side now. I know those days. I know those days. Yeah. It's so rough it can't do nothing but get better, right? That's the truth. I know those days. Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna definitely be bringing some out about that. And I don't even think that would be the way she would have been traveling. I got the maps and stuff, and that, and they also said that, we had a witness saying that that road was closed off by some people, and where it was closed off, she couldn't have gotten either direction till after 1 o'clock in the morning. So how the hell that could have, I mean, something ain't right there for sure, right? But anyway, I'm going to get back to Quinton um case, because that's the case we're on tonight. And anyway, let's listen to what the newsman had to say today. This is the update on little Quinton today.
As we continue our search for Quinton Simon, I want to update you on our aggressive efforts to find him. I want to assure everyone that we are continuing to use every investigative resource available for us to locate little Quinton. We have conducted multiple interviews, executed multiple search warrants, and we've canvassed numerous specific geographic areas.
Now that is true. That is true. I give that police department props for that. I do. I mean, did you know with Summerwell's case? Let's go to Summer's case. They did not. They did not get search warrants and everything to. They didn't even check the Wells house. They didn't even go in their house and check their house for like 3 days before they went in there. To do anything. I mean, at least this police department's on it, right? Like they were in there day one, and they've got more again, and they're back in there as of today.
The day Quinton was reported missing, we requested the assistance of the FBI. They responded immediately and have been on the scene with our officers since that time. Today, there are more than 40 FBI agents and personnel on the ground in Chatham County working with our department to find Quinton. This includes all agents assigned to the Savannah and Brunswick resident agencies and professional staff, agents from other FBI offices, including members of the Child Abduction and Rapid Deployment Unit, and other subject matter experts. They have been continuously working with Chatham County Police Department for the last 5 days. We believe with the continued assistance of the FBI, we will have a resolution to this case. We understand that people far beyond Chatham County have become emotionally invested in this incident and the search for Quinton, and they want answers. We are committed to finding those answers, and we are committed to finding Quinton. With that said, I'll be happy to answer a few questions if you have.
This has been going on for about 5 days now, and I think everybody is kind of moving towards worst case scenarios. At what point, do you say that there's some criminal aspect to what's going on?
Yes, and that's a very good and that's a very fair question. We're looking at it from multiple fronts, and one of it being a criminal investigation, as well as a missing child at this point. We don't have anything confirmed, so we can't say anything absolutely. But it is fair to say that our efforts and the cooperation with the FBI and them providing an abundance of resources to us, that we are looking at the criminal investigation aspect of it as well.
Chief, how are you looking at the criminal investigation? Right? What people are you looking into? Is it turning towards family members or?
Now they're asking him, are they looking at a family member? As in the criminal aspect of this case, are they looking at a family member? UFC Frog, they dumped him in a garbage, in my opinion, and it was dump day. you know, I almost can agree with you on that possibility. Because when they were looking through the garbage, I took note that a couple of the cans were still full, but there seemed to be one can empty. So I'm thinking they only put maybe one can out there and left the other two like they were too lazy to put it out. The other ones are full. I got a picture of it. I'll show you what I mean. As soon as we watch this.
Everybody is being looked at. Everybody is being interviewed. Everybody that had contact with Quinton in the most recent time of his disappearance is being looked at, is being interviewed. And that's an enormous amount of work, obviously, that takes. And we are continuing to do everything that we can do to gather evidence if it's there. We have to follow
Everything we can do to gather evidence. We know who they're trying to get it on. I'm bringing you up, UFC Frog. How you doing, sweetheart?
How's it going? How's it going?
It's going pretty good. It's going anyway.
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I've been watching this too a lot. I've been watching, keeping up with everything and stuff, you know. And,
it's crazy, ain't it?
Oh, definitely. It's definitely a head turner, right?
Mm-hmm.
The whole. I'm confused about the whole. Where I was going to get to is that it was garbage day, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they woke up at 5 a.m. and said the kid was not going to, the babysitter was not needed. You said that the boyfriend left at 6 to go.
You're cutting out on me? You might have to go out and come back in.
I don't think he was, if this was the route they took, he could have been dumped anywhere on the way to the boyfriend's job. You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing. The boyfriend did leave at 6 a.m, guys. The kid went missing around 6 a.m. I mean, oh God, the cockroach. I hate to blame it, but just wanted to.
I felt whatever happened between 4:30 and 5:30 because due to the fact that the mother called the babysitter at 5:29 in the morning and said you won't be needed today. So whatever happened, I think done happened.
I agree. I think he was already killed. I think that was already killed by then because you wouldn't text somebody said I'm not going to need you if you're planning on killing the kid. You would already get it done. I mean, common sense you try to get done with. But honestly, I believe that it was killed. They were killed and they got rid of the body with it. And honestly, I think it was. I didn't want to think and put this out there, but it was garbage day and the times was the garbage. Ready?
And I took note that only the couple of the cans, I'm going to show a picture. A couple of the cans were full, but I took note that one seemed to be empty.
Yeah, I agree. I got to run though. I'm going to Walmart. I'll come back and check in with you guys, man. I just want to come in real quick. I haven't been on in a while, so I hope you're doing good. Everybody take care. Sorry for the quickness.
You too. God bless. Much love, hun. He had to take out on us. He's going to Walmart. Pick me up something. I love Walmart.
Obviously, an investigative process. We have to follow the law. We have to get search warrants. You know, I know there's a lot of interest out there and probably some chatter of why haven't you done this and why haven't you done that. Well, we have a constitution to follow. We have the law to follow because we want to make sure we get it right. We want to make sure we do this as professionally and as expertly as we can. So if, and I say if, we have to prosecute anyone in this case, that we've done it right, that we don't lose evidence in an evidentiary hearing or anything like that. So so we continue to work diligently, but we're going to work within the framework.
We have to do it a certain way in order to keep them from tying our hands, right? If we don't do it in a certain manner, we could get our hands tied in all of it, is what he's saying. And that is the problem with our law today. That's the problem. Our law enforcement criminals ain't walking on eggs. our law enforcement is. It used to be the criminals walked on eggs, right? They were the ones walking on eggs. They were the ones afraid. Now it's our law enforcement. Our law enforcement is, is getting beat the hell out of, if you ask me. I mean, they got to be very careful. Lawsuits and all kinds of craziness, right? And you'd be surprised at how many people hate the law and back the law being attacked constantly. Unbelievable. I know that we're not always going to get along with, with law. That few bad eggs, the few bad eggs that happen to get in law enforcement ruin it for everyone, right? The ones that, try to push innocent people into, making statements that they shouldn't are the ones that made law the way it is now, right? They're the ones, the dirty cops, just wanting to say, hey, I saw things, by pushing people and innocent people into confessions, is the reason our law enforcement is so fucked up now. So thanks a lot. Thanks a lot to them assholes, right? Thanks a lot.
That we have to work in.
And what are the updates on the areas being searched? Where is it gone from, and where are you searching now?
Well, we went back today and researched the
I'm sorry, I had to stop this. Deputy Sheriff says, if you hate the cops just to hate cops, next time you need help, call a crackhead. That is funny as hell. Yeah, let's see how that works, right? Let's see how that works out for him. That's funny as hell. I'm sorry, but I couldn't pass that one up. That was hilarious. Oh, gosh.
home in which he was last at, trying to redouble our efforts and to kind of scrub, no pun intended, with scrub the area and make sure that we didn't miss anything.
You saw FBI agents outside the home. What was the purpose of them being there?
They're there to help us. It's a Chatham County Police Department investigation. They are here in a support role, and I can't thank them enough. You don't bring 40 people, and some from all over the country, without an enormous amount of effort and expense. Those agents left their homes and left their families to come here and help Chatham County look for little Quinton, and I can't be any more appreciative of that.
Chief, we filed open records for
Oh, I am frozen. You know, anyway, we're going to go back to this.
Request for the 911 call, for the body camera video from that initial response. It was denied today, and originally they said it was because this was a criminal investigation. The county attorney kind of backtracked and then gave us the law that you usually use in a criminal investigation. Why don't you want that out there? Why don't you want the public to hear this mother call 911?
We have to protect the integrity of the investigation, and that's first and foremost. I certainly understand people's interest in this case, your interest in this case, and I can appreciate that. But my responsibility and our responsibility is to do a professional investigation, that we don't do anything that impedes that we don't do anything that tarnishes the integrity of the investigation, and that's my sole responsibility for that.
Have any of the family members, are they still being cooperative, especially this mother, and have any of them told you that they don't want to talk anymore because they got lawyers?
I can't answer that question.
Oh, I answer it for you. The mother is no longer cooperating with law enforcement. That's true. The mother is no longer cooperating with law enforcement. And the good old boyfriend, he absolutely made it plain and clear that she was the last one with the children. So he's making it plain and clear. Look, you ain't blaming me, Leilani, for what ever happened. Even if he knows what happened, he's saying, you ain't blaming me. This is all on you, girl, right? I mean, even if he is guilty, he'd probably be doing that. But, you know, I'm just saying what he's doing. And no, he isn't no longer talking with law enforcement. That's truth.
Chief, where are Leilani and Daniel right now? They are the parents and the boyfriend of this young boy, but we haven't seen them pleading to the public for help. Where are they right now?
I don't know where they are currently at this time. I do believe they've been staying at the residence, but I don't physically right now, as I'm talking to you, I don't know where they're
Do you know why it is that we have not seen them? They're not talking to us. They're not pleading to get their child back.
I don't have an answer for that.
There's an increase of activity.
Deputy Sheriff says, since when can law enforcement plead the fifth? I don't know, but they just did it, right? He just did it. That's true.
In the area this morning, we saw Chatham County Fire, FBI at the house, a couple of looked like unmarked police vehicles. Is there a reason for increased activity today after kind of a drop off, at least at the house over the weekend?
As I just stated earlier, we were searching that residence again this morning.
I have a quick question for you, Chief. At this point in
And
the
then she has a
investigation, I know you can't speak specifically, but in cases like this, so you exhaust your first search, and now you're back into researching some of those, you said, targeted areas over the weekend. What happens next if no one's giving you tips, if there's no piece of evidence that changes this case? How long do you exhaust this, and then what do your investigators do after today?
Well, after today, I mean, I anticipate us working at least throughout the week. At some point, if I'm following your train of logic, that we may have to sit down and reevaluate where we're at. If we've exhausted everything that we think that we can do, if we ask ourselves that question and we think there's nothing else for us to do at this moment, then we got to sit down and reevaluate. But we're a long ways away from that.
Just from the start of the process of the investigation.
Oh, did you guys hear that? Ooh, did you hear that? He's got a lot to get done, and he is like, oh, we don't think this is going to get exhausted, right? Oh, wow. Leilani, you must, they must have something, right? They must have something. Oh, that. There you go. We didn't get to hear that in Summer's case.
You all have gotten further along in the process of coming to some sort of conclusion.
I do.
What makes you believe that, if you don't mind me asking?
I can't get any specifics of the case.
How you guys doing? I mean, this has got to be exhausting. You can tell that you look tired. I mean, how are your investigators doing? This is a tough case.
Thank you. Thanks for that question. I appreciate that. They're tired, but they're determined, and I couldn't be any prouder of them. They have worked 18-hour days since last Wednesday morning. Along with the FBI and everybody else. I mean, they are all hands on deck. They are committed. They are working hard to try to bring a resolution to this case and find little Quinton. So, but thank you for asking. I appreciate it.
Springboard off of that, that sounds like you're standing out here saying that you guys will find out.
I believe we will. I do.
Chief, you set up a tip, or your department set up a tip number over the weekend. Have y'all received any tips from it so far?
I believe we've received some, but we have to verify those, whether or not they're accurate, whether or not we can, follow up on any of that information. I don't have anything of substance. So I got one more question from you.
You actually took the words right out of my mouth.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate you being here. Thank you for asking about.
As you can see, he is very tired. When I first watched him, he didn't seem to know a whole lot about anything. Like, he didn't even know, he didn't even know really much of anything, other than there was 3 kids. He thought there was a younger one, baby girl, he didn't. And I was thinking, wow, but I'm going to tell you, he came up to speed really quick. And I can tell he is very tired. He's very emotional, as you can see. This has took a toll on him over the few short days. And this is what cases like this do to everyone, everyone that has a heart, that cares. This is the effect that these cases have upon, law enforcement, we the people, and everyone else. And for people like Kylie's mother to come out and, act the way that woman acted was rude as hell, right? Rude as hell. To all of a sudden, once her daughter's found, to act like, like people were garbage and just be thrown away now, right? Except her little clique of people, that her community and herself. No lady, excuse me, but we didn't come in here and ask you a damn thing. You came out here and asked us to help find your daughter. You guys were seeking social media and everywhere to get the help for your child, exposure to find your daughter. And once everyone listened and outsiders came in and got the job done, which your law enforcement and you people couldn't, you wanted to be rude as hell to us, right? Shame on you. Shame on you. That's egg on your face. It just shows who and what you are. And I personally hope they win the lawsuit for the $75,000 reward that they should have gotten without a lawsuit anyway, right? Avengers with purpose. So I hope, the law does the right thing and gives them what's legally theirs, because they did what no one else could have done, or was turning a blind eye and not getting done. Maybe. But anyway it goes, it got done by outsiders. And this is, take a great look at this man. And I could tell he was, needing to get gone, and his eyes were becoming red. And it's a lot of stress when you see a beautiful little child like this. You're working so hard. You hear the lies and and you start to know pretty much the horribleness that maybe and possibly did happen in a case like this. And it takes a hell of a toll on a human being. It takes a lot out of people. And that should be respected. Not expected, but respected. It really should. And, I got to give this man props, because he has came a long ways on this case. And I can tell it has took a lot out of him. And just like it takes a lot out of us, right? It takes a lot out of us, but even more so with him, because he's so close to it. He's so much more closer. and you know, he's in there. He's in there. He's seeing pictures and seeing things that we're not seeing. You know, he's probably seen pictures of the bruises, the belt marks that the baby said. He is seeing things that's really traumatizing to a human's mind, right? It's like Avengers with Purpose. The poor man that went down under that water to, you know, found the car and then looked in the window. You know, we won't ever know. We won't ever know how bad, you know, the trauma of him having to view that was. We won't ever know that. I mean, it's bad enough, you know, to see things like that above ground. But to be underwater when you do it, knowing you got to swim back to the top, that's even fucking harder. That's way harder. So, you know, we got to give these people are strong. They are super strong humans, and we need to be very thankful and respectful that they're there for us. And what scares me is, you know, them not feeling that the respect that they deserve may lead them in a different path and not doing what they're doing any longer. And, you know, we can't allow that to happen, right? We can't let evil people that are so ugly run off these good people that's doing such beautiful things, because other people will need them, and we need them to be there for those people, right? Maybe even ourselves one day. We don't know. But, you know, it's important to let them know we care. And you know, we're actually viewing these things, and we're praying for them, right? We're praying for them that, you know, even angels wrap their arms around them and give them comfort, because they need it as much as the family does. This officer needs it as much as the family, because, you know, and I think he might be going through more because he's got to look at things that no one wants to look at, right? And I say more than the family, because they were, a lot of what he's looking at, they were the very ones that did it to the little boy, right? The bruises, the belt mark across the face and neck. I mean, if they cared, they couldn't have done that to the child. This man wouldn't have done that to a child. And so it hurt him more than them, because they were sick enough to be able to do it, right? That's what I'm talking about.
Our detectives, and I promise when we get something to report, we'll report it back out to you. Thank you so much.
Let me ask you just one more question. Has there been any contact with Quinton's biological father?
We have had contact with him, yes.
Is he at all, you know, is he a suspect in this case? Has he been cleared?
He's not a suspect in this case.
Got it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
He is not a suspect in this case. So they do have suspects. When they say someone isn't a suspect in the case, then this is a case with suspects. There you go. Absolutely, Rosa. These cops are talking to the babysitters for information about the babies. And the babysitter is a sweet lady. She wants the babies so they will get loved from her and her family. Absolutely. Absolutely. And you know, that mother will regret, the grandmother will regret what she done to that babysitter. Because, well, maybe not, because she might end up losing the other two children. They might take the other two children. Child Protective Services might remove the children out of her custody because she was, you know, she didn't protect Quinton. And they might be afraid she's not able to protect the other two children. So they may remove those children out of her custody um, for what she's just done, right? Because she violated protocol for watching over them children. So, she actually put them in the hands of the person they was not supposed to be in the hands of. And when something this traumatic happens, then that means that this woman is, she's not capable of keeping the children safe any longer, right? Be due to the hands that she might put them in. And therefore she may lose them. But if she didn't lose the children, that babysitter was the best person, the only person I know she'll ever find to watch them children and treat them with the love, kindness, and caring for, the decent price as that woman was doing. And I think that babysitter was doing it more for the love of those children, out of the kindness of her heart than she ever was for the money. So, and she was willing to keep those children 24/7 if needed. Um, yes, yes, she is a very rare human that you find today. She's very rare, very kind, very loving, very caring, very God fearing, and that grandmother just made bad with someone that she should have kept kindness, caring, and love for. So, and that just shows you even more so, that shows you even more so how, you know, mentally messed up this grandmother was. She's totally and utterly erratic. Absolutely, totally and utterly erratic. Yes. Um, yes, absolutely, KU. That grandmother is in total denial if she thought the babysitter had anything to do with it. Absolutely, yes. I so agree with that. Absolutely. Prayer garden, what happened to baby? Um, Patricia, he came up missing on the 5th of this month, early in the morning. The mother, well, the babysitter had him the day before and seen a bruise, like a belt mark across his arm and one across his neck and face. And called the grandmother to report it. And she was supposed to keep the babies until the grandmother got back. But he was fighting with the daughter about having the children. And the grandmother said, that she was going to give her daughter an opportunity, to take care. The grandmother wanted to let the babysitter know how she had lost her children and messed up and just as bad as the mother at one time, and she wanted her daughter to have an opportunity and a chance. She put the baby back with over there with them, and he came up missing. He came up missing. She said the mother said the door was open and someone came in and just took the baby. I don't think so. She supposedly woke up at 9:30, but yet she called the babysitter at 5:29 to let her know that she wouldn't be needed that day at all to watch the baby. So, if you ask me, in my opinion, um, something happened between before that text was ever sent about not needing them to babysit. And if it was the boyfriend that let her know she wasn't needed, then he absolutely knows what happened to Quinton. He absolutely knows what happened to Quinton. And then the mother tried to say that the baby was with the biological dad, and they checked it out and it wasn't true. And then she said the door was open and she thinks somebody stole him. There's like a couple of trash cans. And one seemed overrunning, but one seemed like it may have been dumped I mean, what I'm saying is garbage men or police officers ain't stupid. They were out checking the dump. Um, they were out checking the dump, so I think one of the trash cans seemed like it had been emptied. Maybe even some trash put back into it. So that they looked like they hadn't took the trash out at all. But I think that, it had been possibly dumped. I don't know. I mean, one thing for damn sure, that boyfriend and mom knows what happened to that baby. Just like Candace and Grandis knows what happened to Summer. They know what happened to this baby. And I'm sure law enforcement already knows that as well. Here is the dumpsters. And they right here. It says Crime Watch in process. Call Crime Stoppers. Right there. So there has to be surveillance there that they should have been able to see. If indeed, Quinton, if it was working, if this is not some bullshit sign, there should have been some type of surveillance, right? And so, but a lot of times, it's just a dummy camera, right? Or the camera systems aren't not working. And therefore, there you go. I mean, I don't know what we're paying taxes for. It's like the city don't keep up everything, right? They don't keep our, I mean, go back to the 50s. It seemed like all the traffic lights and stuff worked back then, right? I mean, I don't know. I watch a lot of movies, but it seems like those people had no problems with crossing the damn road. We don't. You don't get the turn signal half the time on our traffic lights. A lot of times they're just flashing fucking yellow, and everybody has to fight and think about when they need to go, right? And our shit's all messed up. You know what I'm saying? It's just like all screwed up. Cameras don't ever work. I don't even know what the hell they're up there for. What are they up there for? I don't know. We're paying way more than the people back then, and we get a hell of a lot less out of it. So, how was those people so much safer without all of this bullshit? And we are so much in more danger with it. You tell me, because I ain't figured that shit out yet. But here are the trash cans, and yes, they are going through them. But as you see, there's like, I think 2 or 3 of them, and the one don't look like it's, one looks like it's been dumped, and the other one looks like it hasn't. So I don't know. They've got the bags of trash on the ground, going through a lot of garbage already. But if you ask me, if you look at the first trash can there that's all the way full to the top with the lid up, that is trash that's been in there for a while, because you can tell the way, see how it's kind of melted down from the sun and all wrinkled up and shit. But if you take note, the ones that the guys are holding, those bags look like inside fresh bags just thrown in. So they may have dumped one of them cans that morning, then thrown some trash that was in the house into it. That's what it looks like to me. I don't know. But if I had to call it, That's what I would call, because I think those bags would be a lot worse condition had they not just been thrown into that dumpster that day, right? We all know about the animals getting in the trash, and you know what old trash bags look like. I mean, if you ever, you know, throw anything in there that you needed to dig out, like maybe your goody good, you know, um, and you're like, oh shit, and you had to go through the trash, just to find out you put it somewhere else. And like, yeah. Um, there you go. You know the ugly bags from the good ones, right? The ones you just threw in and the ones that had been there for a minute. So, and it looks like those just being thrown in. So, I don't know. If I had to call it, that's what I would call. Yeah, 6 o'clock comes early, hon. 6 o'clock does come early. You tell me. Um, you'd be surprised. I mean, I have I have actually done some of these lives and say, ah, hell, I couldn't even go to bed. I mean, I just might as well just stay upright, and your ass be dragging, come evening. It's like, all you want to do is find somewhere to lay down, right? It's horrible, but yeah. So I I so feel you, KU. Absolutely. As far as my high school days. Yeah, I did eat some of my brownies. They'd be up all night dancing. But yeah, that's what I was saying. And you can see back there also they had a alarm sign. So they, you know, right there up by the porch is an right there alarm system. Why in the hell wasn't the doors locked and the alarm on? Well, I mean, how's a baby going to get out when you got an alarm system? As soon as you open the door, does the baby got the password? There you go. Why wasn't the alarm on? And that law enforcement is how law enforcement is supposed to be. Why hasn't Lawson and his law enforcement ever acted the same? Lawson never wanted any other law enforcement to help either. Lawson, dirty. You know what? Um, I'm trying not to give up hope on Ronnie Lawson. I'm trying not to give up hope on that man, because right now he's all Summer has, right? And I hope he does what's right for her, because God's going to sure remind him if he does it, right? God's going to remind him. And old as that feller is, I mean, Ronnie better realize, one foot in the grave and the other one sliding. I think he better, do what's right for Summer and not anyone else. But it's hard to tell your friend you want to check their pockets, right? It's hard to tell your buddy you want to check their pockets. And I think Ronnie's too good of buddies with some people that he needs to break the buddy system with and start thinking about Summer, because she's a child and she's dependent upon him. And, God sees everything, right? And God knows who Ronnie's supposed to be for right now. And it ain't his friends or any of those criminals. It's Summer. It's Summer. And if I was him, I'd be making the right choices, because the right choices get you in heaven and the wrong ones get you in hell, right? So that's what I got to say. Hey, can we do a roll call? Where's your family from? And Cursed with Curiosity says Ohio. And somebody said Kingsport. Patricia and Dean, are you in Kingsport? Are there posters of Summer anywhere? When I was in Tennessee, I seen no posters of any missing children. To be honest, I didn't see none of any missing children. Oh, I seen great big posters of, movie stars and singers and all kinds of things like that. But I did not see anything of no billboards or posters or anything of any missing children, there. So probably her answer is going to be no. Somebody says Kentucky, Kingsport, Tennessee, Kansas, Florida, Ontario, Canada, Georgia, upstate New York. Deborah Ann. KU says, hey neighbor, what city? At Cursed with Curiosity. We got a New Hampshire, an Indiana, Massachusetts. We got them from everywhere. We got Texas, Maryland. They're from all over. Ronald Wilson says, Deborah Ann, I was just in New York visiting with family. There you go. But Ronald lives in Florida. He's out in Florida. But he travels, it seems like, a lot. Bedhead, I can't say where I'm at. PG, don't do that. I don't do that. I'm up here on panel. I'm giving everybody all kinds of hell. And I got stalkers already. I don't put out where I'm at. I leave that alone. But I know there's no flyers anywhere in Tennessee. There's no billboards down through there either. At least none that I saw. And I was pretty much all over. So, but there's always been very few flyers for summer. Very few. They seem to get took down as fast as they was getting put up at the beginning. And I didn't understand that either. I didn't understand that. Yeah, it's so sad for summer. It is absolutely sad for summer. Anyway, let me get back to Quinton. I've got some pictures here. Let me see the rest of this. Yeah, see how new them trash bags are? That's what I'm telling you. You can tell the difference. Look, I think the one trash can was emptied that morning because these are new bags in that trash. These are new bags. They put bags from in the house in that trash that morning. There's no way these bags would have been in that can all night. The FBI knows that. They don't need PG to tell them. They know. There is a big difference. One trash can was dumped, the other one was not. I was pretty sure of that anyway. So, yeah. Yeah, that's why they're checking the city dump, and they're probably smart doing that. And there's their little crime watch and process. Call Crime Stoppers. Well, their crime watch, and here right here, they have an alarm system. No way in hell if that was set, someone came in a house. And if it's hooked up to a company, that company will be able to tell them if that alarm was on that night or not. There's another thing that is truth. So these detectives will know if that alarm was set or it wasn't. They'll definitely know that. Yeah, people were taking the flyers down. That was true, Rosa. That was true. I know that to be a fact. That was true. Anyway, here's a video of little Quinton I wanted to share with everyone. It just give you an insight. You know, the house seemed to be pretty clean. I mean, you know, it didn't look like Candace's house, does it? He is so beautiful, isn't he? There he went crawling off. But as you can see, they seem to have, you know, lots of toys, clothes. The carpet and the furniture seem to be well kept. So it definitely was no Candace house, right? And the little guy seemed to be able to get around pretty good. And he looks very healthy. And you could hear like a cartoon playing in the background. You know, it wasn't like something, the news or something the parent wanted to watch. They actually were playing cartoons for the babies. So, you know, that's a big plus as well, right? That's a big plus. Yeah, I love that age too. They're so adorable, ain't they? They're so adorable. And it's like that age is like you want to be there for everything, right? You know, when they first crawl, they say their first word, you know, they first crawl, they first walk, you know, it's just so much at the beginning, you know, going on with them, right? And you don't want to, because you got your baby book and you don't want to miss nothing, right? You want to make sure you're able to document everything, and you know, you're constantly snapping pictures, and it's amazing. Children are so beautiful. Some people don't realize what a gift a child is, right? They don't. They just don't. And so many people want to be called, be called mommy, but they're so damn far from being a mommy. It's crazy, right? It's just crazy. A mother always puts her children first, right? She puts her children first. Everything, I mean, a real mother does without. She does without everything to give to her children. She would do without everything to give to them. And it's just the way it's supposed to be. They how can you have an alcohol or drug habit? You can buy that but not put food in the refrigerator. You can buy that and not put clothes on your children's back. You can buy that but not pay the bills. The kids are in the dark, they're in the cold. That's just bullshit. That's bullshit. You ain't thinking about your kids if you have any type of habit at all, because you also, if you can't function enough to take care of yourself, you're all high and hayed up or drunk. You can't take care of you. How are you going to take care of children? That's insane, right? You gotta be in a normal mind to take care of your kids. This is an outside view of the home. And as you all could see, no child is going to be out here that people cannot see it. And I know, they got this hole right here, like a drain off right there in the front yard. And I'm sure they checked that. I mean, he could fall down in something like that. But I'm sure, I'm positive they've done probably, sent cameras and stuff down in there and checked it for sure. To see if the little boy was down there. And not only that, but you could probably hear him crying out of there, right? And that's something dangerous to have. I mean, that should have had to have a grate put over it. That should have had a metal grate put on the front of it, right? I mean, you can go about anywhere and buy or have a special made grate put over top of this so that, it's not open or dangerous for a child. And I would think Child Protective Services would have had to let them know that when they got, custody of the children, because Child Protective Services is supposed to walk around they're supposed to do a surveillance check upon the property, making sure that it's safe for children before they place any children there. So I don't know. And they're draining the swimming pool. They were draining the swimming pool today, folks. So what did the swimming pool have to do? What did the swimming pool have to do with all of this, that they're draining it? And to be draining it, I wonder what they're looking for. Yep, it's getting drained today. So we'll find out what that's about, hopefully later. See, that's the pictures. They're there today draining that pool and looking for some other things. I don't know if they got a tip or something, but they were definitely back there today. Yeah, DNA. Absolutely, Ronald. I don't know what they can tell by draining a pool, but obviously something. And this is a sky view down upon the home. And as you can see, if indeed he would have gotten out, there is so many homes here. Someone would have heard or seen him. Because a lot of people are going to work, a lot of people go to work I mean, from 6 to about 10 in the morning. People are coming in and out of their homes pretty rapidly during that time. You've got all the people coming out to go to work, kids out coming in and out to go to school. And then you have a lot of people, coming out to go shopping after the kids go to school and stuff. There's just so much activity early in the morning up until 12, 1 o'clock, really, in a community. And then even it slows down probably usually about, I say it slows down about 1, 2 o'clock for about an hour and a half or so. And then now you've got, all the kids coming in from school, parents running in and out again, the ones that are home. And then right after the kids are getting home from school, you've got the parents coming home from work, right? Now the community's getting full of all the people coming in from their jobs. They picked up their kids, they're on their way home. And that runs until about, usually I say 6, 7 o'clock. Then the community will get quiet again for a while. And then you have what you call your, late nighters that start going out around 10, 11 o'clock. They'll run in and out, maybe go get cigarettes but people still moving. I mean, for my community, people are moving all the time, it seems like. But there is like the quiet times, in the evening, a little bit in the afternoon, stuff like that. If you live in an area, you pretty much get to know real quick when people's moving, when they ain't, right? And this right here, if you see, look straight down there, there's these tracks. It's on the right side, down in the lower far corner that you see down there, the railroad tracks. I understand the children have been found there playing. The older brother, and I guess he took Quinton with him before, and they found him down here playing on these tracks. And as you can see, that's a pretty far distance from the home where these kids ended up at in their mother's care. So Layla's care. Clear over here at these tracks. That's crazy. I mean, that means you let your kids get out and you lost them not for a little bit, but hours, right? To go find them on these tracks. That's crazy. They also brought divers in. I understand they brought divers in as well. I mean, they're doing so much that Summer didn't get. That's the tracks. And that's where I understand the children have been found playing. And if you took note, there's a big body of water right there by the tracks also. And I think that's why they brought divers in. They were checking these bodies of water as well. There seems to be, this is another body of water in the opposite direction of the house. And as we can see, this is for an open record request dated October 7th, 2022. So this is to get the information on Quinton. And they wanted to get the open records, and that was the news, and they were denied due to the fact it's an ongoing investigation. And as you can see, this is the this is for child support on Quinton. And it says the mother's monthly gross income was $1,257 a month. And the boyfriend's monthly income. And then the mother's income was 1,250. How they got the same amount of income, I don't know, unless they were working the same place together, which is $2,514 a month. And then they adjusted the income and combined the income, and let me see. So this Cody must be the dad of Quinton, and there is the mother of Quinton, and you put their monies together, they seem to made 2,514. So basically, what they were doing is the grandmother was suing both parents for child support, the dad and the mother. And it says right here, number of included children, 2. Non-custodial parent was Leyland, and non-parent custodian was Billy Joe Howe. So they were taking everything in consideration here. And let's see what the conclusion was. The conclusion was this is to get them out of the house. Oh, this is child support as well. I thought it was the eviction notice, but this is on child support as well. And she ended up supposed to pay $100 per month, beginning on the due date of the next child support payment. So she was supposed to start paying child support November the 1st, 2022. $100 a month. I guess they was going to let her keep some money to try to get her own place and get out. But as of November the 1st, 2022, she was supposed to start paying child support. And I guess she got this notice in her hand the same day. Or the day before. It was the day before Quinton ended up. She got this notice on the 4th, I guess. And the 5th, Quinton ended up missing. And as you see, let me go back. She has to pay the child support unless the child, until the child is 18, dies, marries, or becomes emancipated. So, and Quinton came up missing. So I don't know. That's pretty messed up, right? Pretty messed up. So you got, this is some crazy stuff right here, right? This is this, I don't know. I thought the Wells case was bad, but this one here, just as bad. Just as bad. Yeah. Absolutely. Damn near almost the same scenario, right? If you ask me. Absolutely. I don't know. It's it's hard, it's hard. Getting into these cases like this, it's super hard. Especially when, it's children. It's hard enough, it's hard enough when it's teenagers that, have a mind of their own and might have ran off and, have a great possibility of being found and returned home safe. What I'm saying with teenagers, you don't lose the hope so quickly like you do with children, right? With younger children. You just you can really hold out that hope when it's a teenager. But when it's such little children, after 72 hours, especially after 3 days, you pretty much lose hope, right? You kind of know how then how the child's going to be found if it's found. That's what I'm saying. 99.9% of the time, they're found dead, right? Or maybe not ever found at all. So it's hard because you pretty much know the outcome. There's already, yeah, I think there's probably already, Jody Sue's in this case. Maybe not as crazy as Jody Sue, but I mean, Don and Candace's case is a little different than this because I think that there's more people that know what happened to Summer. I don't feel like it's just Candace and Grandis or Donald. I feel like there is more people involved in Summer's case and know what happened to Summer, like Jody, Sue, and Andy. Possibly even Hunter and Allie. You know, we don't know what happened to Summer. We just know that, I mean, all we know is there's a lot of shady characters up there. We know that they would bond together and capable of doing anything. And it seems like, whatever happened to Summer, other people know, and they're not talking like Jody Sue. I mean, or she's not being took serious. I was thinking today, that Jody Sue take Donald for instance. At the beginning of all of this, Donald and Candace was playing games, right? They were playing games from the beginning. Donald, they put that baby in a tote and turned it over, the baby doll. Thought that was funny. That was not funny at all. They had a missing daughter and they were doing shit like that. Who does that? They called Mary up, Donald and Candace, and did that little stunt with her. Donald was grabbing at everything he already knew was, law enforcement checked out and had no bearing on what happened to Summer at all, but he was throwing it out there under a bus to keep the focus off of them. He was willing, to bring out, he was willing to, once Mary came out on saying the stuff she said, he jumped right on it because, he jumped right on it once he checked to make sure, he couldn't get in no trouble for what she was saying due to the fact he was a child as well. But he jumped right on it and let everybody get on that to get the focus off of what could possibly put him in prison, right? Summer and her case. What I'm saying is, yeah, it just, so many red flags there, right? And him and Candace was adamant that she didn't wander off. Well, if you don't know what happened to your fucking child, it just disappeared, then you cannot say it didn't wander off. It's 5 years old. You don't know what the fuck it done, right? But if you are that adamant that it did not wander off, then obviously you know what the hell happened to it, right? That's, and that's another reason for law enforcement to step up and interrogate them in separate rooms again, right? Why do you say this? But it didn't happen. It didn't happen. And then you take, Grandis. She came out and, said some craziness of Summer disappearing while she's taking a nap and stuff, and then said somebody hacked her Facebook, that wasn't her, when we know damn Skippy it was, and Donald knew it was because, he verified it with me that it was Grandis. Absolutely. And then once, I verified that what he said was truth, that he said it's her, then she got called back to Tennessee. That's why they called her back and questioned again. And she deserved that. She deserved that, and I'm pretty sure it was her said that too. But, and then she was on the news and she wants to talk about the boys like Candace does. And then like, oh, and yeah, and Summer too, of course. What the fuck you mean? Oh, yeah, and Summer too, of course. What do you mean? You're her grandmother. She's missing, lady. You should be thinking of her first and above all, right? But no, you're not. Um, they just fucked up a bunch of people. And then you take Jody Sue, who, let us know that she was up in the woods. Come climb up in the woods, with no makeup or perfume on. I bet that's motherfucking scary and smelly ass situation they were all going through. But, sounds like to me. And then she tells us about, how she hates babies. And then she makes comments about fresh babies. Oh, fresh babies are fresh babies, fresh babies. What the fuck? That's weird. And then, she just so much, she talks about, you know, Andy being the last one to see Summer's dead body. And then she talks about hauling it off and, Andy hauling it off and just crazy. I mean, and here recently she's come out with some more crazy shit, right? Just some more craziness. And that I don't think anybody really caught on to, but I'm going to be bringing it to the table anyway. But, it is what it is. I mean, these people are insane. And yes, I think that, Summer's case goes a lot deeper than we think it does. Now, Quinton's case, the case we're just covered tonight, this case, no. I generally think that, why this happened to the little boy, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what happened, what conspired in that household between 4:30 and 5:30, or sometime during that night before that text was sent to the babysitter that we don't need you. But something happened. Something happened. And they knew their asses was in trouble. That's why it was after 9:30 and they still hadn't called the police, because they were trying not to. Yeah, it was all bad, and I'm sure that will be solved. I'm sure this case will be solved somehow. At least I hope so. We're going to stay on it. We're going to definitely, stay on it and keep Quinton out here in the spotlight as we do Summer, as we would any child, missing child that needs to be out here in the spotlight. I noticed that Monkey is not getting hardly no attention at all as well. I don't know what's going on in his case. I am going to go back research and bring him back out, because I'm worried that he's going to get put in the dark and not found as well. And we need to keep these children in the spotlight. We need to keep these missing children in the spotlight so law enforcement continues to look for them. Now, Monkey's got something going for himself that Summer don't as well. And that means his reward fund is still in place and will be until he's found. Summer's reward fund got took. How the hell that happened, I don't know. But it's gone, right? It's gone. What I'm saying is, it seems like Tennessee wanted to shut down every incentive to find Summer. Every incentive they could to find Summer. And how that happened, I don't know. And that'll be a question for Donald when he gets out of jail, right? How the hell did that happen, Donald? Why did it happen? And why weren't you guys doing more to why were they not doing more to put a solid funding on the table to find their daughter? That's what I want to know. Why were they buying Ray-Ban glasses and partying it up and cell phones and all kinds of, why were they doing a bunch of shit they did not need instead of putting it in a reward fund that could not be took away from their child? I don't know. I don't know. Pisses me off. But that's a question for him when he gets out. And he'll be out soon. So we'll be asking. You know, we will be asking. Oh, Deborah Ann, I appreciate that, girl. God bless. I got me a super chat there. Justice for all the missing children. Much love. Amen. Absolutely. And I so appreciate blue hearts for little Quinton and all missing little boys, right? And the purple hearts for Summer because that was her favorite color. She purple and pink from my understandings. I truly believe she did love purple. I don't know about the pink, but I do believe she did love purple. She seemed to really like purple flowers. But I appreciate the super chat. I to support Summer's channel to keep it moving. Yeah. And yeah, StreamYard just went up in price. Like almost doubled. So I surely appreciate that. I mean, I was having a hard enough time with what it was doubling on us. That, you know, that's got me worried. But, you know, I know God will send whatever He'll send to keep this channel running. I know He will. So I'm going to just hold faith. And girl, I surely appreciate that. And everybody that supports this channel for Summer, I appreciate. God bless. Oh, I appreciate the Deborah Ann. Thank you, PG, for all your hard work. Oh, God bless you. God bless, girl. I so appreciate that. Absolutely. I appreciate that. God bless. You gonna put me in tears. I was worrying tonight after I seen that price double on StreamYard. I was like, oh, but the Lord does provide, right? Girl, I so appreciate that. And if Summer was here, I know she would tell you, you know, how much she appreciates it as well. So I'm gonna tell you we appreciate it. God bless. Yeah, so yeah, hey, I'm telling you, everything everything is going up in price right now. It is like everything is unbelievable. I can't believe it. Are you guys talking about Monopoly, KU? That's what it sounds like. It sounds like you guys are talking about Monopoly. Oh, Linda, so appreciate the hearts. Absolutely. God bless. Summer, much, much, much love. Amen. Amen. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know why they shut it down. They're wanting to shut Summer's case, you know. Um, they're wanting to shut Summer's case down for some reason. I don't even know. But yeah. I got hung up on the Monopoly. I love Monopoly. I love the game Clue too. I don't know if anybody else plays Clue, but I love that game. Oh yeah, you do, Colleen. Absolutely. I mean, if you want your avatar and stuff, you have to. Yes. And if you don't want it to like whack all out and throw your stuff around and give you a hard time, yeah, you do. You do. It's like vital if you want to put if you like I make content. I make a lot of content that I bring up to for you guys, like this and this and this and that, this, and then the baby. I bring up a lot of content, and when you make that much content to bring up each night, um, yeah, or you wouldn't be able to get through it all if you're not paying. Absolutely not. You just it won't hold it, and then you have to pay for all the apps and everything to put all of this content together, and all the pictures and things that I put together and so forth. It this doing this can get into a lot. It can get overwhelming. It can run you into a lot of money, and you know they pull it out of your card, at different times because everything ain't on like everything ain't like it's not like you sit down a certain time of the month and pay your you know all your bills. It's like one might pull out this time, another one at that time, and then you go to the store, you go somewhere, and you think that you're going to be able to get your kids some supper, and you find out one of these places done pulled all your money, and you're like, um, yeah. So it can get overwhelming, um, but it's it's worth it. It's absolutely worth it. And I've even had my kids, where I've been in tears, and my kids say, "Mom, it's okay. It's worth it, right?" I guess I guess it is, and so yeah. But to double on me, yeah, that was hard tonight when I found out that it had doubled on me, and I had to, you know, pull out my credit card again to pay, and it's hard. It gets hard. Oh, sweet Norway, God bless. How are you tonight, sweetie? She gave us a super chat as well. My dear friend, I love you. Summer, purple hearts, much love, and Quinton, blue hearts, much love. God bless. God bless, sweet Norway. I so appreciate that. I do. I so do. God is good. He's absolutely good. And I always know, you know, I still worry, but I keep faith all the time. I keep faith. So God bless. Oh, Colleen, I so appreciate. Um, yeah, they probably will. They probably will lose some customers. Absolutely. They ain't gonna lose us. They ain't gonna lose us because, absolutely not. Until summer is found, when we started this channel a year ago. We and God put this family together. We vowed that we were going to stay here. Summer was our topic, and our goal was to find her, bring her home, and get justice for her. And we vowed that we wasn't going to stop until we got it done. And as long as it takes, we're going to be here, right? We're going to stay right here until she's found. Absolutely. We ain't going nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. So, they could triple it. they can triple it if they like, but I don't care. Absolutely not. But everything's rising. Everything, there's nothing that isn't going up, our food prices, our gas prices, everything. It's horrible. It's horrible. I mean, they want to pay somebody, $15, $20 an hour is what, most people make. I mean, unless you have, unless you are into, you have a college education and a background in something very important, you don't make very much money, right? If you're just the average person out here working, you might, if you're lucky, make 15, $20 an hour. And I mean, how are you going to survive on that? How are you going to survive on that when a loaf of bread is $3? So, if you take a loaf of bread and a pound of lunch meat, which is about $10 now, and and that's they include no cheese or anything to put on that bread, right? Lunch meat. But what I'm saying is, if it's going to cost you $25 to make a sandwich, and you're only making $20 an hour, that means you had to work an hour and about 15 minutes just to make a sandwich in your home. So how does that work? When people used to make, like $5 an hour, but they could get 3 loaves of bread for $1. They could get, a pound of lunch meat for what? $4. What I'm saying is they could make 3 times the sandwiches you're making for way less the cost. I mean, they could get enough to make sandwiches all week. Not one sandwich or a few sandwiches. They got enough to make sandwiches all week for the family. And didn't even spend an hour of their wages. It's just horrible. It's horrible today. How much how much the prices has raised, how little. And I'm going to tell you, it sure seemed like you got a lot more in that pound back then than you're getting now. And that's the truth. I mean, people say, well, a pound's a pound, but I think that pound I think they pulled the scales back as well, right? Their pound now didn't look like the pound you used to get. They've downsized your bag of chips. They downsized, everything. Matter of fact, you go to the store now and they're starting to fill the shelves with these little bitty tiny cans of soda, if you took notice. The real little small cans of soda. They're probably going to replace your big cans of soda with those pretty soon. That's going to be your fucking soda for the price that you're getting the giant can, the 3 cans of that for now. If they feel they can get away with it. And until we the people say, you can pour your soda out in the fucking ground because we're not going to buy it if we're not going to get our money's worth when we do. We just won't drink it. And show them that, another company that's going to keep the big cans is going to get all of our business. We're not buying your shit. That's the way the old folks used to do, right? The old folks would go shopping where they could get the best deals and let the other store go out of business. they wasn't going to shop there if that store wasn't going to give them the prices that they deserve for their money, right? Or the quality that they deserve for their money. You work hard for your money, and you deserve the quality of everything, not just, quantity, but quality as well. And if you get an opportunity, Sweet Norway says, yeah, these prices are going to put us in that recession they've been talking about. Ain't even coming out and making the money they thought they would. Absolutely. That's true. That's true, Sweet Norway. Absolutely. I so agree with you. Yeah, if you go to college, you better make sure you're going for something that, that is in demand, and will benefit you in the future. And art just ain't it. Absolutely. We love all the children. That's so true. And Summer, yes, we do love her. My heart hurts for all of them. Absolutely, Debran. Oh, Rachel, I so appreciate that, sweetheart. Family curse with curiosity. Love you, baby. Oh, God bless. I so appreciate it. That is so sweet. God bless. Wow. I so appreciated that. I was worried. God bless. Wow. She said her daughter's favorite snack, Ronald Wilson. Hoppin' Holly says, hello, lovelies. How are you doing tonight, Hoppin' Holly? That is a cute name. That is really cute. God bless. Yeah, they got the little tiny cans that's, and it's freaking scares you, right? Because you're like, oh damn, that's, like the chips, that's the next thing's gonna come out, right? And um fuck that. You know, we the people have to stand up and start demanding. We got to start demanding, higher quality of food and furnishings, not shit that's going to break when we get it home, or already looks like it needs put in the trash before they hand it to us. We have got to start demanding better, higher quality, because we work hard for our monies. We work damn hard for our monies, and we should be, and we should be getting more for it, right? More for it, not less, but more. I mean, why did the old people, why did the old folks back in history get so much for their money and we don't? Why? Why should they have got to live better than we do? Why should we have it so hard, paying high prices when, when they didn't have to do it? I mean, they could take $1 and get more than we can with $100, right? And it's just wrong. And no. But it's because they demanded it and we don't. They stood up. They wouldn't buy it. They would boycott the hell out of it. I mean, those old people were strong. They were strong and they walked the hell away and they bonded together to do it. And that's what people have to start doing again. If we want, the best of everything for our money, we've got to do it again. That's, we're going to have to start doing it. We're going to have to start demanding it. What I'm saying is, buy, start buying, start buying the cheaper stuff, and just don't buy theirs, right? I mean, there's always a company trying to make a name for itself. There's big bags of chips up there that we pass up because we want the name brands. But the name brand people think that you want the name brand, so they downsize everything to nothing, right? They don't want to give you. They want to give you, make you buy 3 bags of chips to get the regular big bag that you would have gotten for the price of one of those small bags back in the day. So my thing is there's another company on the shelf there that's got that great big bag of chips like the name brand did back in the day, that, they're trying to sell you for half the price. I mean, you're actually getting the 3 bags of chips for the price of one of the name brand. And I'm going to be honest with you, I bought some and they actually better. I liked them better than the name brand. So I just buy those. And the name brand can go out of fucking business, right? They want to downsize our shit. Let them go out of business. We'd take our business somewhere else. And that's what the old people did. They took it where they got, they got the most bang for their buck. That's what it's called. Bang for buck. And if people started doing that, just walking away from these people that want to gouge us, those people go out of business, or else they'll bring our big bag back for a fucking decent price again, right? There you go. Good night, sweet Norway. Yeah, sweet Norway is so beautiful, ain't she? I love that lady so much. God bless her. God bless her. She said good night, Ronald. Absolutely, Deborah family. Norway says, Norway, it's morning now. I am with you all night because I love this family. Oh, God bless you. He said it's 6:30 there now. Oh, God bless you, sweet Norway. You're so beautiful. You are so beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I'm at the church every day praying for you. I definitely am. I so pray that you get well. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Colleen. Absolutely. A dozen eggs used to be 99 cents. Exactly. And at least $1.29, $1.39. But now they're like, oh my gosh, like almost $5, for a dozen eggs. Some more expensive than that if you want like the good ones, if you want the cage free or, the good ones. Well, I don't know how good they are. Probably, I mean, I think an egg's an egg. If you ask me, they can call it anything they want and put a higher price on it, but an egg's an egg, right? And I mean, put it this way. I bought the real good ones and I bought the regular ones. And they both fluff my bread and my cakes just the same, right? Um I didn't get a fluffier cake or fluffier bread out of the expensive ones, so I don't buy them no more, right? Um I don't know what the hell I supposed to got out of them, but I couldn't tell no difference. So, once I added some salt and pepper, they all taste the same as well, right? So I don't know. Um, I think it's bullshit. Um, you know, eh, you know, there's an there's an old saying, that there's no difference. There's no difference in anything. It's just the way you wrap it, right? Um, some people feel if they wrap it a little more expensively, they can get more out of it, right? And that goes for, you know, candy, eggs, meats, anything, including people, you know. Um, you know, it goes for humans as well, you know. All in how they wrap it is the way people look at them, right? What I'm saying is if you put a three-piece suit on and a Rolex watch and people look at you with way more respect than if you're in, say, you know, it's a homeless person's clothing, or you look like a hobo, you dress like a hobo, you get treated like one, right? So it is what it is. And and to be honest with you, there's nothing different except just the wrapping, right? Put that suit and that Rolex watch on the hobo's arm, and people would start treating him with the same respect as they would the other person that was wearing it earlier, right? And put the person that was wearing it earlier in the hobo's clothes, and he'd be treated like a hobo. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. I mean, how did those clothes change the person? It didn't. It didn't. It don't change the person. It just changed the minds of the people looking at that person. That's why, I don't take stock. I don't, take stock in the way something looks. I like to see, what's inside people, what's inside, you know, the packaging at the stores when it comes to humans and everything else. Packaging ain't everything. It's what's on the inside that counts, right? I was actually telling my kids, don't let them candy apples fool them, how beautiful they are, because personally, I don't like candy apples. Neither did they. But, you know, I was a kid once, and yeah, I had to sink my teeth into it to realize, it's not as good as caramel apples, right? Caramel apples way better. But you got to let your kids, sometimes you got to let them do what you did because it is beautiful to the eye and, you know, but not to the taste. What you find on the inside ain't so great. So, That's the truth. And Deborah Ann says, "Oh my God, PG." True and very well said. I appreciate that, girl. I try. I tell you, there's some things though you can't put in words, right? Um, some things you just can't put in words. You know, the one thing my kids pitched in, I wasn't going to buy it. It only cost $5, but it was like a kind of like a diary, but more like a journal. It was more like a journal, and it's really pretty. I thought about it, and I put it back on the shelf, and my kids, they actually bought it. They got it for me. They pitched in their little 50 cents here, and I think one of them had a couple bucks. And anyway, I don't know how they ended up getting it, but they got it. And I was out shopping. I needed new shower curtain. That's what I was looking for, was a shower liner for the shower, one of the showers. And anyway, actually the shower liner was cheaper than the journal that I was looking at, but it really caught my eye and I liked it, but I wasn't going to buy it because I figure $5, $5 is, pack of socks if they're on sale for my kids, right? Or something. I mean, maybe a hat and glove set if I catch it on sale, something. $5 is a lot of money. And it, it's also, some bread and lunch meat for lunch. I mean, I'm very thrifty. And anyway, they pitched it up anyway and got it for me. And I write in it. Um I write in it, and but there's just like some things you can't put into words. Um some some ways that you feel, right? Some ways that you feel, you really find, I mean, God understands, but some things there's no words for, right? And I find that, that is like for these children, these children coming up missing, you you're kind of scared to go to sleep because you wake up and there's another child gone, right? Beautiful babies. And you just can't explain that, to yourself or anyone else. You can't explain the why. You can't explain how, you know? People can do it. You can't explain why they're doing it. I mean, it's beyond your reach for words. Or at least it is mine. Rosa said, "Ronald, you're not the only one that has problems with Twix. Yes, the left or the right side." Oh, shit. Ronald's having a problem with his Twix. Oh, God. Ronald, you rebel, you. I love the chat. I love the chat. I agree. I agree. It is. It it's a real problem. It's a real problem. Do you know um our country is giving away too much to everyone else and not taking care of us first. They're not putting us first. Absolutely not. Matter of fact, I heard that old Joe gave away so much of our taxpayer money. He's gave away so much. Did you know that if he'd have give everybody in America a stimulus, they would have got about 15 grand a piece? That's what he gave away of our tax money, our hard-earned fucking tax money, right? For our country, when we're needing it the most right now, with everything, the inflation of everything, we need it most. And he just handed away, which would have been about 15 grand per person in America. Yeah. Well, you didn't get it, did you? Nope. Somebody else did. And that is a problem, right? That is a problem. But you know what? It's because, you know, that's how our politicians make all their money is through trade, right? Other countries bringing in their shit. And so they want to keep those countries going, right? They want to keep those countries going to keep us working and buying that shit. And that's what it is, just shit. And I suggest that, here's what I suggest. And I know that there's a lot of people that, are like hoarders, right? I'm not a hoarder by all means. Absolutely not. But I'm not criminal either. I'm not like criminal as well. What I'm saying is, once in a while, I buy things I don't need. I want, but I don't need. I think we all do. The thing is I think that all of us should go back to being permanable. I think that what we all need to do in America is just buy what we do need and nothing we don't need, and shut down and shut down this shit coming in here from all these other places. If it ain't made in America, we don't buy it in America, right? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Because actually they're actually trying to take away American jobs and having you buy, by bringing in stuff from them other places, or shutting down the jobs that should be right here in America for us. And that's just bullshit. Just like that big pipeline coming down from Canada. Biden shut it down. Our gas prices, we have all the gas we needed. Had he just finished up that pipeline like Trump had going, right? But he didn't. He shut it down, and he shut it down because the other place was what he was, he was invested in making money off of, right? And then they told him, what he could do with himself, right? They sided with the other people and told him where he could get and go. And now he got egg all over his face, right? Now he's got egg all over his face, and our fucking gas prices are out the roof, and I hear they're going to give him higher. And you might be freezing to death in your house pretty soon, right? From what I'm understanding. So you might want to invest in a wood stove. At least have one on hand. Because shit's going down the tubes, right? And I don't even know how this man could be even allowed to make any decisions, because clearly he has dementia. And what the fuck is he doing in there making decisions anyway? Right? I mean, if nobody else is going to say it, I will. I'm sorry. But I just don't think that somebody that can't find the damn front door of the White House should be making decisions. There you go. I don't think people knew how lucky we was. You know, I know a lot of people did not like Trump. I know that. But you know what? He was for America and Americans. And I loved that. I absolutely respected that. And it's been a long damn time since we've had that. And we need that back again. We need that back again. And he wasn't afraid to mention God. He wasn't afraid to show a Bible. You know? These are the leaders we need, not the ones we got now. That, you know, that's just what I'm saying. And I don't, you know, what I'm saying is we're all on a channel. We're all right here on a channel for missing children. Why? Because we love them, right? Because we feel evil destroyed them. So, you know, how could we be for, if we are not for people destroying these missing children, how could we be for people, if we're not for these people illegally destroying these children, how could we be for anyone legally destroying a child? We can't. Because we love children. And we think every child deserves to live their life, right? To be here and live their life, just like we are. Now, my thing is, it's your choice what you do. You know, we're all got the freedom of choice. What other people, you know, what other people do really, and how they live their life. I mean, when it comes to, you know, to personal things like, you know, sex, that's a bedroom thing, man. I don't care what the hell people doing in there. Don't even let me know. I don't want to hear about it. You know? Keep that shit, keep it godly when, you know, when you're out here with me. I don't want to know anything about what people are doing in their bedrooms. That's personal shit. So I don't care. And, you know, in some cases, people might believe that it's okay, you know, to legally not have a child. That's their right to believe whatever they want to believe. I mean, I can't make people believe anything, right? It ain't a child's fault, no matter how anything goes. Wasn't his fault. Why should it have to pay the price? That's what I think. But you know, that ain't the way everyone thinks. And you know, if they really want to do something, then, you know, there ain't no stopping it, because there's always going to be someone somewhere doing it anyway, right? Even if it's illegal there's some places, going to be doing stuff. So, you can't, what I'm saying is, you can't make people, you can't watch the whole world. I mean, I'm not the whole world. Jesus is the savior of the world, not PG. And I'm smart enough to know that no matter what, what I'm trying to say is, I don't think we should be focusing on issues like that. They want us to. They want us to focus on those type of issues, but we need to fucking stop it. We really need to just stop it, because nobody cares anymore. No one cares. They don't care, nobody cares. There's only one race, a human race. Everybody understands that, whether you make a right choice or the wrong choice, it's still your choice to make, right? Nobody cares, if you like girls, boys, nobody cares. If you like something even in between, who cares? Nobody cares. Like I said, that's personal. It's not even something I want to talk about. So, but what I do care about is, the gas prices. What I do care about is the food prices going up till we can't eat. What I do care about is walking in the store and there's not even no food there, because it's been gone. It's all gone. Like we don't even have none. What I do care about is, a roof over your head, clothes on your back, and food in your mouth, right? Which we ain't able to afford right now. And we're worrying about shit that don't even matter instead of things that do. That's our problem. And that's what they want to do. They want to lead us all onto shit that don't matter, so we don't get focused on the shit that does. But we got to get off of it. That's what I'm trying to say. If we want, our prices to go down, I don't care who is president. I don't care who is president of the United States. As long as I don't have to pay high prices at the pumps, high prices in the grocery stores, high prices for clothes, high price, I ain't getting a shit taxed out on me for everything and anything. Then I don't care who's in office. Just make sure that, the cost of living is down and we, the people, can make it. And there's plenty of it to, they put America first, stock our grocery stores before anyone else's. And, put the money into fixing our tax money into fixing our country up instead of other people's. Make sure that they're, stocked up to keep us safe and not everybody else first. That's what I'm worried about. I ain't worried about who's doing who and who's being true. I don't care about none of that. Nobody should be caring about that. We didn't ever care about that from the beginning of time to now. Why are we caring about it now? We didn't care. We didn't care. I don't think anybody really ever cared. I think that, all down through history, when they did evil things to people because they were different or something, it was to get attention, to distract, like they're doing now. To be for it instead of against it, to be for it. It was just to distract the people from something they were covering up behind the scenes, like they're doing now, right? They wanted to get you focused on something else to get your mind off of what they were doing to you, as in raising your taxes, making it to where you couldn't live. And those people were probably getting the same thing back then. And that's just how they work politics, right? That's how they work politics. Before they were dragging the people out in the street for the very thing that they're now dragging them out in the street to be for. They just wasn't for it before, right? But they still was using it to get everybody's focus on it. And I don't know. And they seem to be able to do it. They feel like all humans are a herd of cattle. They throw it out there in the middle of the street and everybody runs towards it. They all draw in to focus on it. Well, what they better be focusing on, they better quit running out in the middle of the street to focus on that and start sitting still and saying, what the hell are they trying to get us focused on this for? Now, what else is going on around me? And put your focus on the real fucking problem. The one that's going to kick your ass if you don't focus on it. Like our gas prices now, right? Our food prices. The taxes. Like I said, everything doubling. Everything doubling. And you asked, why is the food going up? Well, because of gas prices. And it costs so much to, we have to pay more to ship it into the stores now. Okay, I understand that. But then when the gas prices went down, the shit in the store didn't, right? Did anybody walk up and say, hey, the gas prices went down. Why the hell ain't the food going down? The cost of this food going down again. It went up when the gas price, why ain't it going down now? Nobody asked that. So now they're going to play that fiddle on you twice. They're doing it again now. Right now, as me and you speak, this is what they're doing to us again. And when the gas prices go down, you're still going to be paying the price you're paying now, just like you was before. Because this is the fucking little trick they got away with once, and now they're going to do it to you again. There you go. But I took heed to it because I did ask. Good night, Sarah Lee. Alrighty, my wonderful friends. I'm going to hit the sack. Much love to y'all. Hearts for baby Quinton. Amen. And of course, for the sweet little summer moon. Purple hearts. Much love. God bless, girl. God bless. Much, much love to you. All right. PG is going to play. I think I've already, I'm not a politician. Don't want to be. Don't want to be. Definitely not. It's too much stress for PG. If I was a politician, I would have to fight the hell out of people to get these prices down, right? And make it so everyone was able to live. I mean, the poor used to be the poor, right? Middle class used to be middle class and the rich used to be rich. Well, the middle class is now the poor and the rich are the middle class, right? And your government, they're not rich or they're not middle class or poor. They're wealthy. See, that's the difference. That's the difference now. It's called wealthy, rich, middle class, and poor. And the poor now are just like fucked, right? They're fucked. They're beyond poor. So I mean, it's sad. It's sad where we're at today. And I don't know. I don't know what to, what to say for people. Oh yeah. Exactly. Exactly. I'm just gonna call you Lee. Um Absolutely. I mean, if they in California they're trying to ban gas vehicles, right? Everything has to go to electric. By 2023, they're wanting everybody to be in electric cars, right? And you know, there's pros and cons to the electric car. Pros and cons. Now, here's the thing. Um, you know, your flashlight runs off batteries, right? But if you're out in the woods for any length of time, your battery's going to die and your light ain't going to work any longer, right? You have to preserve that energy. You got to preserve that energy. It ain't like you can't just fill up any time, right? And so here's the thing. I don't like electric cars because they can shut down the electric overnight. Where the hell are you going to get electric from now? How are you going to go anywhere? No electric. Crazy as hell, right? Crazy as hell. And how about those people forget to charge their car and it stops in the middle of the freeway? You're fucked. I I want my gas. And it's we the people's choice. And my choice is to be able to fill my car up and go whenever the hell I want. You know what I'm saying? And now they want to put, shit on your roof, these big old ugly ass windows up on your roof, solar panels to heat your house. Yeah, I got solar lights, and let me tell you something. They don't work for very long, right? And if you put them on the side of the house that there's no sun, the fuckers don't work at all, right? So there you go. I'm not into I'm not into electric and solar. I don't trust that shit. And I know how easy it is to pull a switch and cut all that off. And then people ain't gonna get very far. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna get off the grid for sure when they pull that switch to stop you. If you got gasoline, gasoline's something you can store up, right? It's something you can store up. You can keep stored up on it, and if you had to move out, you're able to move out and get pretty damn far. You ain't going to do that with no electric car. So, it's something to think about. What this world's doing right now is they're making it your government and these people that want to control you. What they're doing is they're making you they're brainwashing you to believe that this is, clean energy, clean this. I'm going to tell you something. This world's been here for a hell of a long time. Go all the way back to Adam and Eve, right? Go all the way back to Adam and Eve. And it's been here God's kept it going all this time, right? And factories, they didn't care about clean energy when they was building America, did they? Hell no. They didn't care about anything when they were building it, right? I mean, they didn't care. They were working children. There was no rules when they were building it. All these rules are starting to come now that it's built, right? And now that they want to control you, and now that they're thinking of getting a one world order together, and you're in the last days, and like a herd of cattle, they will lead you to the slaughtering thing. Absolutely. And I can say they're doing a damn good job at it. Sit back and watch. Just sit back and watch it. And they're just, and they're going to, it's coming. It's coming. And it's just sad to see so many people following it and complying with it and going along with it. And it's just fucking crazy. It's like, wait a minute, stop. Where's your common sense? Right? This is fucking America. If we want gas cars, we can have gas cars. We ain't supposed to be forced into a damn thing. Not a damn thing. It's against our Constitution to force us to do anything. And no, electric cars is not for the greater good. Absolutely not. It's not. Actually, I can't think of anything that's for the greater good. But it's a term they use so they can fucking lead you in the path they want you to go. And everybody just goes like a big herd of cattle. What can you do? Oh no, it's against the law to ride horse and buggies on the road. That's against the law. That's that's the cleanest way, right? And if it's for the greater good, that's the way it should go back. It shouldn't go forward to electric cars. It should go back to horse and buggy. And let them people, those big wigs dip in that horse shit, right? As they cross the road. They can't pull the plug on a horse and buggy, can they? They can't pull the switch and shut it down. That horse and buggy's still going to go. Just like a gas car, right? Absolutely. And it's not that hard to find gas. I mean, gas is everywhere. They can't shut them pumps off. That's what I'm talking about. But yeah, you see that? Exactly. Exactly. The water dries up and I'm going to tell you something. And you can research it for yourself. But houses are sinking in Florida, right? I mean, if you live in Florida, you might wake up tomorrow morning with your house. You're under the sand, right? I mean, there ain't no way to get you out once it goes under there either. So, and this has happened to many homes down there. They actually sink under the damn sand. And the thing is, it's because why? They're pulling bottled water, tons of bottled water that they sell all over the world, bottled water, that they have basically pretty much, pulled it out from underneath because that's what Florida is. It's all on built on top of water. It's actually that water holding it above ground, right? And so much of it has been pulled out that now the houses are sinking under, going down. That is a true fact. This is not conspiracy theory. This is science, actual fact. And so, just imagine if they're having that problem just bottling water. Yeah, what they're going to have when for electric. There you go. There you go. So, somebody ain't fucking thinking. What they are thinking about is the fact they can pull that switch and shut your damn electric down. And that way, it's easier to, it's not only easier to kind of like keep you hostage, as per se, but also the electric cars have camera systems all the way around it. Did you know that? So Big Brother's watching you and knowing exactly where you're at all times. Better think about that as well. Better think about that. Matter of fact, if you didn't take notice, almost all cars just got backup cameras now. Oh, that's to help you. How much do you look at it? How much do you actually look at that feature to back your fucking car up? Because I have that feature, but I don't ever, I don't ever even notice it unless someone mentions it. I don't notice it. I still use my mirrors. I don't need that feature. I don't even need it. Now, on a big SUV and stuff, yeah, I can see that because a lot of people's backed over children, right? But on a regular vehicles and stuff, you don't need that. You're able to see if there's anything behind you, right? And most people, when they go to get in their cars, they walk around them anyway, right? I can't think of really one time I've ever backed over anything except a curb, or back when I first started driving, maybe somebody else's bumper, because you're kind of freaking stupid when you first start driving, right? So, yeah, you thought you had it in drive and you actually had it in reverse. Man, hit the accelerator and you're fucked. I think we've all done that. But, but you got to take note that, they want to put a cell phone in everyone's hand and it's pretty much glued there, right? And now, you ping and you bing so they know where you're at every second. Well, that could be a good thing, but it could be a bad thing also, right? And a criminal isn't going to take their cell phone with them anyway. At least a smart one ain't. They ain't going to carry no damn cell phone while they're doing something stupid. That's just insane. That's totally and utterly insane. And you have burner phones, right? Who cares if they ping? Who do they really go back to? Nobody. You buy the card with cash. Where's it going to lead back to? No one. It's just crazy. It's just insane. Absolutely, they are. That's true. That's true. They don't want anyone they don't want anyone living like the 1800s, right? They don't want anyone being able to be self-efficient. Absolutely. I agree. That's true. But people don't understand that because most people don't live like that, right? They don't live like that, so they don't know the hell these people are getting. That's true. Yeah, absolutely. You know, but I mean, the most dangerous times in history was, the most dangerous times in history is when people were starving to death, right? Man, when people, when people, and right now it looks, or from our grocery stores, it looks like you might be getting there. I don't know. I don't know. I don't understand. COVID's over. It's over. Man, it's said and done. Now, where's our damn food? Right? Where's all of our shit? That's what I want to know. Is where's all of our stuff? Is anybody asking? Because matter of fact, we got less than we had then. We've got less. A hell of a lot less. I mean, people fighting over paper towels and dumb things. It was crazy. And that was just to up the prices and put people in they wanted to see what they did is they used that for a drill to see how people were going to act, right? That's what they did. And who knows, the real shit may be coming. One thing for sure, none of them are going to starve to death. They got, I hear they got like $100 ice cream in their freezer. And they got huge ass freezers, right? Like a restaurant in their fucking house. So they ain't going to starve. That's for damn sure. Absolutely. That's the truth. Right. And I agree, Robin. I don't either. I think the old way is the best way, to be honest with you. Oh yeah, absolutely. 120 acres. They have lowered the quality, absolutely. And they lowered the quality and the quantity. That's what they did. The quality, and we don't even get the quality anymore, let alone the quantity. And what I'm saying is like Kentucky Fried Chicken. I don't know, it's supposed to have so many spices in there, right? And I hear it's down to like 3 now. So why the hell am I buying it? I could fry that shit at home. I mean, basically the real secret is a pressure cooker, right? That's the real secret, was a damn pressure cooker. It wasn't their herbs and spices. It's just a damn pressure cooker they put it in that sold that fucking chicken. And they're about going out of business, right? They're about going out of business. I mean, it's unbelievable. Actually, about every restaurant looks like it's going out of business to me. pretty soon, you know what they started at first was they tried to put they basically tried to put you in your house. Like basically what the government really was seeking is like China. Is to put you in your home instead of outside, right? They wanted to put you in your home. They used the internet to do it. And violence. You know, they let violence get really bad, right? Where people were scared to go out their doors. They were shooting up the streets. And I mean, they just basically turned loose the criminals on the streets, right? And people hiding in their homes because of the bad areas and the fear and all the bullshit. And now, I mean, you don't see that anymore hardly, do you? No, absolutely not. Unless you're in New York City, then you still might see some good old activity of that kind of BS going on. But for the most part, in other places you don't see it. And so, you know, but it was enough to get you in your house, right? It was enough to get your kids in uniforms for school. It was enough, you know, it was enough to for them to get what they wanted done, right? And it got done. Okay. Now you're stuck in your house. You're all wearing the same damn clothes. You can't be who you are, express yourself, you know, through dressing or anything. You can't be comfortable. You know, a lot of people are going to have mental problems from having to wear them uniforms, right? Um, because they hated them. They didn't like them. They didn't really want to wear them. That's enough to cause, you know, PTSD, right? So, and you end up in seeing a psychologist later in life over it, I'm sure. But you know, okay, they got you there. And you know, it seems like they are following China. Whatever China does, America's following, right? Following suit on it. And they got you there. They got you stuck in your house. They got you talking through this box instead of in public amongst one another. Real conversation, real people, real friends. Um, you know, it's I don't know. It's fucking crazy. People are more isolated now than they've ever been in history. You're a prisoner within your own home. That's what you are. You're a prisoner within your own home. All I got to say is, how does it feel? I don't know because I get the hell out. I go. I visit people. I keep to the old school. I want to see how someone is. I don't go to Facebook and look. I gave my ass to their house and see them, talk to them. You know, I need to see them. I need to see they're okay. Not just telling me it, but no, they are okay, right? I need to see if they need any help cleaning the house or the yard or need a hand doing anything. I can't give them a hand if I'm not there, right? Yeah, people are they're fear. They're living in a life of fear. Well, you know, every hair on your head's numbered, and when God wants you, you're going anyway. So what are you fearing? What are you fearing? I'm gonna tell you the worst thing in this world. The something way worse than dying is not living. That's that is what you will regret when you are going out of this world. You will regret that you didn't ever live. So many things you would have could have done. I mean, you know, so many things because that's when you're supposed to go is whenever you go, right? You can't stop when God calls you. You can't stop when he calls you. You're going anyway. So, you know, but you're when you're laying there, the most horrible thing the most horrible thing is to see how much you could have done that you didn't. How much life you had that you lost because you were afraid to live it. It was crazy. You know? What I'm saying is, there's a lot more worse things than dying, right? Like not living at all. Being hunkered up in a house and feeling that this is your only communication in the world is through a box. That's weird. She said, I have stovetop and electric pressure cooker. When I first seen that, I thought you was talking about stuffing. I'm sorry. I thought you was talking about stuffing. I was like, I got some of that too. Thanksgiving's coming up. PG don't have nothing else. I'm going to have stuffing. Exactly, Rosa. You know, and that's up to God too. You know, that's up to God too. I always believe that if He brings you to it, He'll pull you through it, right? If He brings you to it, He'll pull you through it. There's nothing to fear but fear itself, right? Nothing to fear but fear itself. You got to overcome it. God didn't give us a spirit of fear. Absolutely not. He gave us a spirit of strength, of courage, of beautifulness to overcome all things. And, and with Him we can. Through Him we can overcome whatever. You cannot be afraid of nothing. I only have one fear. I only have one fear in this whole life, and that's not making it back to God. That's it. That's my only fear. I'm not afraid to die. I'm not afraid to die at all because, why are you afraid to die when you're going to go to a much better place if you were righteous, right? Why are you afraid of dying? Hell, you got to die to get there, right? You got to die to get there. So you should be living and hoping to die and get there someday, right? I mean, I'm not running out in the middle of the street trying to get there, but I mean, if I get hit in the middle of the road, I ain't gonna care. I get to go to a better place than this anyway. People ain't crying for PG; they be crying for themselves, right? I mean, now I got the elevator going downstairs. Now that is fear right there. That's the only fear. That's the only fear PG's gonna fear. Because I don't care how good of a person you think you are. You may not be good enough to get to the right place. It's awful hard to get there. And we all mess up every day. So, I don't know. Yeah, that's the only fear anyone should have, Joanne. Absolutely. The only fear. Your only fear in this life should be not making it to the next life, meaning heaven. That's your only fear. And not living. while you are here, right? I mean, there's so much in this life to do, so much to do. So many people to meet, so many friends to make. Why waste it? Why waste it? You know? Absolutely. That's truly. Not everyone has to die when he comes back. Those saved and still alive are not going to die to get there. Absolutely. And right now's the time to start, a lot of people stocking up on food and everything. Better be stocking up on that oil, right? You better be stocking up on that oil for your lantern because, and when I say that, I mean, you know, when I say stocking up on that oil, what I'm saying is you better better stock up on all that goodness, right? All the oil you can, and let your light burn bright in this world, walking for the Lord and Jesus Christ, and doing all the good things that you can do, because when He comes, that's the way you want Him to find you, right? You want to find Him with your light burning in the wind, and waiting for Him to come while you're doing His good works, right? You don't want to be left behind. You got to keep that stocking up on that oil, and shining that light out there in the world amongst all these people, knowing that and letting Him know that you're doing His work and not yours, right? You're not doing what you want to do, but what He needs you and wants you to do, and that's help other people. And how are you going to help other people if you're always in the house not living yourself? You can't help nobody else if you ain't helping yourself to get out there and live, right? Got to get out there and live, man. That's what this world's for, to get out there and live. And evilness would try to entrap you and, keep you from doing that. If they can, absolutely. Absolutely. Because they're the ones out there wanting to take over your world. They want to take over your world. And have you hunkered down like this, doing nothing. Fuck that. That's crazy and insane. Our biggest fears are here. I don't understand that, Joanne. Could you elaborate? Our biggest fears are here. My biggest fear ain't here. My biggest fear is sitting up in heaven. It's called God. The one's going to judge me. And you guys know, PG, I'm a little bit mean when I have to be. I just hope God can understand the way I understand that sometimes you got to be the way you are to get through this life, I mean, there's no easy way to get through this life anymore, right? People take your kindness as weakness. Because they ain't got no brains. They're not kind, obviously. That ain't the kind of fuel I was talking about, Joanne. Fear is nuclear, PG. I ain't afraid of no nuclear. All it do is turn you into a Ninja Turtle. I ain't got no problem being a Ninja Turtle. I hear that nuclear kills cancer. Everybody be cured has got it. Send it on over. Yeah. Hey, there's no reason. I don't understand people, I don't understand fear. I don't understand it. You should fear nothing in this life. Nothing. I agree with that, Lee. I absolutely agree with that. Absolutely. Oh, I so appreciate that, Robin. She says, justice for Summer and Quinton. Purple hearts and blues. Prayers. Amen. Much love and prayers. Absolutely. God bless. Yeah. It's nice to be able to take a little time and stick in a chat and talk with everybody, and get off the subject of, kind of nice to get off the subject sometimes of missing kids, and talk about, something different. But you know, all the stuff he's talking about tonight, a lot of people say, well, this is depressing too. Yeah, talking about fear and the prices going up and everything. Yeah, it can be depressing, but it's not half as depressing as seeing our children come up missing and all, and man, that hurts. I mean, our prices going up and everything, that's stressful, a little bit stressful, but these missing children and what's going on there, that's heartbreaking, man. That's just a whole new ball game, a different ball game, right? And it can be very overwhelming. And sometimes, sometimes we just all need a break from it. No matter what we talk about, it's, it seems to be a break. And I so appreciate that break tonight. I mean, I know that what we talking about still stressful, right? It's still stressful. It is a little depressing, but nothing like missing babies. Um, you know, you often find yourself, I find myself sometimes bawling over these babies. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a strong person. I really am, but man, I love children. I love kids. I think they should be treated with the utmost respect. I think they're a gift from God. And it absolutely, to look at a beautiful child and know that someone might have done something really fucking horrible to it, and how scared it probably is, or how much it went through before they done what they done, it can destroy you. It could really mess with your mind. Um, how evil these fucking people can be to hurt a child, right? To destroy a child and then sit there and fucking lie about it. Act like they don't even care what they done. Wasn't even important. This is a sick ass world. And people are no longer praying for it to get better. They're praying for this shit to end. They're praying for it to end. Hey, Blue Eyes, how are you tonight, hon? Hello, PG. Love and light to you. Girl, God bless. God bless. Much love. Much love. Yeah. It's overwhelming. sometimes, and I mean, I can't tell you how many times Summer's brought me to tears. I can't even tell you. I found myself sitting in my car bawling, you know, saying, why? Why is law enforcement not doing more? How can these people be acting the way they act? You know, what the frick is wrong with humans today? Yeah, you know, it can be overwhelming. Sometimes, sometimes I can't even put into words. You know, I can't put into words or express the sorrow that can come over a human, you know, with a missing child, you know? It's just like Quinton. He's so beautiful, anyone would have took that little boy and raised him and loved him to death, right? They would have loved that baby to death. Gave him everything in the world and took good care of him. And he's gone now, right? He's just gone. How the hell does people do this to children? And why are we putting up with it? Why are we putting up with it? Because I know years ago they wouldn't have put up with it, right? Those parents would have had their asses, they would have been locked in a cell for sure. They'd have been locked in a cell. And they wouldn't have been getting out. But we don't do that anymore. Exactly. Exactly. But the thing is, if your father would have, hit you the wrong way and ended you, he would have been in prison for the rest of his life. That's the thing. You didn't do nothing. You didn't do nothing. If somebody abused you like that, you done nothing. That was, it was about him, not you. And you're right, he was mentally disturbed. He had mental problems. But today, what I'm saying is your dad wouldn't have got away with saying, oh, the door was open and someone took her. They wouldn't have went for that shit back then. They wouldn't have went for that shit back then. I mean, hell no. They'd have beat the snot out of your dad at the police station, and he would have confessed. They don't do that no more. They don't do that now. Yeah, there does have to be a line drawn. Absolutely. Absolutely. I agree. I mean, women and children, women and children have got women and children have got the um the blunt end of the stick all the way down through history, right? There's no getting past that. They have. I mean, always. They were, always, because the man is the stronger species, right? He's the stronger species. And, and a woman. Women are stronger than children. So children really get abused. Children really get abused because they're weaker than both. And both have mental issues in a lot of cases. Both have mental issues and both rechannel their aggression out on their children. Men rechannel it out on the wife and the kids, and the wife rechannels it out on the children most of the time. So it's a double whammy for children, right? Which don't make it right at all. Children need more help than anyone in the world. Yes, that's true, Blue Eyes. God will handle it. You got that right. I tell you what's going to be the funniest thing that we ever seen in our lives at the end of time. And I hope I don't laugh. I hope I don't laugh. Might get me in trouble. But the funniest thing we're going to see at the end of time is when all these people that thought they got away with their evilness find out they didn't. Funniest thing in this whole world is going to watch them get that fucking grin slapped off their face, right? By God. That's what's going to be hilarious. That's when real justice is going to be served, right? Real justice. And it's going to be served on PG as well. I mean, I got to answer for what I've done in this life, right? Everybody's got to answer for what they've done in this life. But I don't think I've done that much. Few cuss words. That's nothing compared to what other people do. So I'm like, judge me all up as much as you please. I bet your lying's worse than my cussing. But, it is what it is. And it's going to be I don't know. Even if I ended up in hell, I think I'd still be laughing. Just to watch some of these people get smacked straight into hell, right? I hate to say that, but it's going to be a good old day that day. It's going to be the best. Wow. Well, a lot of, I tell you about poorness and family. Even if you have someone rich in your family, they don't help you. They'll help a stranger before they help their own. Trust and believe that. They're too busy. They're too busy feeling so superior of everyone else in their family you know, because that's what they really worked for, was to get above everyone else, to get praise, right? And it's, I mean, how can they get all this praise if they're helping the very ones that they want looking up to them so much? You know, they want to keep you poor, so they can flash in your face how much they have, right? They can't do that if they're helping you. So they help anyone and everyone but you, because you're the one that you're the one that they really, their own family's the ones they really, are want to outshine anyway. I mean, why they're like that, I don't know. But, that's probably why it says it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than a rich man to get through heaven, right? There you go. That's probably why. Because, people go to church on Sunday and they put, $10, $20 in that box, and they got somebody in their family that probably, probably needed medicine they ain't getting, or maybe, needed baby diapers or milk, or struggling to pay something, or maybe just gas in their car to get them to work the rest of the week. But they didn't offer it to that family, but they stick it in that box. Now, who was really in need? The church that takes in a lot of money anyway, or that family member that struggling that didn't have nothing? That's why, I don't put money in a box at church all the time. I'm not saying I don't put it in there. Sometimes I do, if I ain't led by God to put it somewhere else. But before I put it in that box, I look through my family to see if anyone's needing help. If they do, it'll go there first. That's where it goes. It might not be much, but it's a little, and it helps. Everything helps. God said sweep your own first, right? Take care of your own first. And that's what we need to be doing. Thank the Lord he ended his life, because I was ready to do it at 15 years old. Yeah, I'm telling you, girl, I ain't going to tell you that ain't the way to feel, because you're entitled to your feelings. Absolutely. I will not tell you that ain't the way to feel, because you're entitled to that. You're entitled. Somebody to hurt you like that. You have every right to be angry. Absolutely. But you have to remember, you have to, as long as you hold on to that hate, as long as you hold on to that, you got to let the hate go. You got to let it go, because as long as you're holding on to it, that man's still controlling your life and living rent free in your mind, body, and soul. And I wouldn't give them that. I wouldn't let them have that. Hell no. What's done is done. I'd move on. I'd just move on. It ain't worth it. Trust me, it is not worth it. The giving it back to them, dropping it like it's hot, and walking away, the best feeling in the world. Best feeling in the world. Trust me, I know. Because I drop it. And I love it. No sweat off my ass. Yes, there you go, girl. I don't. It's gone. Absolutely. Let it go. You got a life to live. You know, you got a life to live, and you don't need that shit tying it up. Absolutely not. Um, it says, 10%. Yes, render unto God what is God's, and render unto Caesar's what is Caesar's. Absolutely. But, 10%. And, if you got $100, that's $10, right? $10. And how do you give it to God? By feeding the poor, the widow, giving it to visiting the sick, visiting people, that are in prison. He says, when you do this for me, right? Absolutely. So, so that 10%, that $10, when you see someone in need, if you gave it to them, you gave it to God, right? You don't have to be in a church house. You don't have to be in a church house. There's plenty of people. Do you think that preacher's going to give that $10 to that person you saw that needed some food? No, probably not. He didn't see that person. You did. Do you think he's going to give it to, one of your family members that really needed it? No, he don't know your family member that really needed it. You had many opportunities, but you took it to that church instead of giving it where it was really needed. Now, are you going to get credit for that just because you stuck it in the church box instead of the hand of all these people you knew needed it and you didn't put it in? I don't think so. Matter of fact, I'd be scared to stick it in a church box when there's so many people that needed it and I didn't give it to. That's what I'm saying. I mean, it doesn't matter, It doesn't, what I'm saying is it doesn't matter how you pay it, just so you pay it. There you go. Yeah, blue eyes. You have a lot of people that say, oh, once they pass away, the hardest thing in the world is to hear someone talk good about someone that was so evil, and I think that, I think that's the hardest thing in the world. If you were a bad human when you're on the face of this earth, you probably was a bad one when you're gone, right? But for some reason, when people die, they're all good. How the hell does that work? That's why I don't go to funerals, because I refuse to lie. I refuse to lie. I refuse. When somebody stands there and tells me, oh, they were such a good, I say, no, I don't think they were. Please don't try to feed me that line of shit. I don't want to hear it. I call it like I see it. All right. I'm gonna get out of here tonight. I think we had a great night tonight. I really do. I think we covered a lot of ground on Quentin's case. And I know that, you know, we're getting into different cases and stuff, but I think everybody's interested in different cases. And, you know, I think we're all right now following Kylie's case. I think we're following Quentin's case. I know a lot of people's into Quentin's case now. And I know I am for sure. And, you know, and I know that everybody's still, you know, Summer's case is far from being cold, especially with Donald coming out of jail and law enforcement. There's rumor has it they're about to come down with something as well. So we have to wait and see. But that's what I'm hearing. So, you know, that her case is far from being cold as well. So let's, you know, let's bear with it and keep going and keep going. So, you know, we'll be covering different cases each night. We'll be covering, you know, different things. If something new comes out on Quinton tomorrow, then I'll absolutely be giving updates. I'm thinking about doing 2 lives a day because we're covering so many cases. I may start doing one case earlier in the evening and another one later in the evening. That way the cases won't get jumbled up together. That's what I'm talking about, you know. Like tonight we're talking about Quentin, but we was talking about Kylie and we was talking, you know, and that can get kind of confusing. So what I'm thinking of doing is just trying to do a couple of lives each day on each, you know, stick to the one person. Like I may do Quentin and then, you know, Summer or Summer and then Kylie. But anyway, I'm going to try to separate the cases so that everyone can just follow, you know, follow the one case and not get everything jumbled up. It's hard to follow. Like I've been doing Summer and then I would bring out Quentin, or, you know, do Summer and bring out Kylie. And and a lot of people saying, oh, wait a minute, what case are we talking about? So I may start doing 2 cases a day for a while because I really am interested in Quentin's case. Absolutely. I would like to know how this case is going to turn out. And how law enforcement's going to handle it. And I mostly want to know why Summer's case wasn't handled like this as well. But anyway, and you know, I've got stuff on Jody Sue I'm wanting to bring out, and it's just a lot right now. So let's try to do 2 lives a day and see how it works to make, because I don't want Summer getting in the background. I'm sorry, I don't. And I need, you know, to stay on top of that. So I'm going to do 2 lives. I'm sorry, I am coughing and I don't want you guys to hear me coughing all up in your ears, but yeah, that's exactly what I think we should do. And that way we can keep them separated from one another and people won't be confused. So starting tomorrow, I'm going to probably come in. I don't know if it's going to be around 2 o'clock till 3 or 4, and then back in around 8 or 9 with the other case. But that is my hopes that I'm able to do. Um, I won't be able to do it every day. I'm actually um, taking vacation time this week and part of next week. I'll be off, and hopefully something in Quentin's case gives by then. But after that, I don't know if I could do 2 cases. Once I get back to work, I don't know if I'll be able to do 2 cases a day. That's what I'm saying. I will be able to, like I said, the rest of this week and first part of next week. But after that, probably not. I'll be going back to 1 live a day. But for right now, I'm going to try this. I'm going to try it and see how it works out. If it does work out, maybe I could do 1 live like around 6 and 7 o'clock, and then do a second one around 9 to 10. It would have to be 2 in the evening. I couldn't do none during the day. Absolutely not. But we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. All right, I'm gonna play Quentin's song out, and I'm gonna play Summer song right after his, as I always do. And as I ask every time on here, please, please, please keep the prayers going up for Summer. I know God's listening. Please keep those prayers going up for her. I don't question God. He's got a reason for why we haven't found Summer yet. I don't question him. I just know that, he says to pray, ask for what we want, and we'll get the answer. It's on God's time, not our time. But we can't lose faith on Summer. We can't lose faith. So keep those prayers going up, please, for her. And just keep faith that God's going to answer us at some point. He's going to let us bring her home and get justice for her. I truly believe he is. And maybe that's what, why we're being tested, is to see how great our faith is, right? And how long it will last. Maybe that's God's plan. I don't know. But whatever it is, let's not give up. Let's keep going. And please keep prayers going up for little Quinton as well. We don't know where he's at. We don't know, we don't know anything yet. And hopefully he's alive somewhere. Hopefully he is. I don't know. But keep those prayers going for that little boy as well, please. And for his family. That family's having it rough, I'm sure. And for that babysitter who loved him so much, and she's getting so hated right now. I know she needs prayers too. So let's keep prayers going up for her. All right, everybody. I'm gonna play the songs out, and blue hearts for little Quinton, and purple hearts for Summer, as we know. Good night, everybody. Much love. Hope to see you all, everybody in here again tomorrow night, God willing, right? God willing. All right. Good night. Good night, everybody. God bless. And I so appreciate everyone sticking here and showing the support for Summer and little Quinton. God bless. Much love. As I said, God willing, we'll be here again tomorrow. Good night.